Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored.
Every child in Valorant has heard the tale before about the cursed mommy boy who felt his heart no more. So sad and lorn, the helpless lad, Amumu was his name. He ventured out to find a friend and learn about his bane. For many years, young Amumu traveled through the lands, determined to make friends if only they would understand. But even when Amumu stood upon the ledge of home, his hope would disappoint him and he would remain alone. But then the curse began to whisper in his ear and would confirm what was Amumu's biggest fear. It pledged that never shall someone become his friend. It pledged that he shall be alone until his end. But sorrow and despair became too much to bear. The moment when Amumu realized what he had done, too late it was for him, for them, the evil curse had won. The anger and the anguish overwhelmed his fragile soul and caused a wicked tantrum that he never could control.
Hello everyone, welcome to the show. It is LCS 2020 Spring Playoffs, and Golden Guardians, the number 6 seed, will be facing FlyQuest, the number 4 seed, and they're going to aim to climb throughout the lower bracket. My name is David FLICKR, joined by my one and best friend, Sam.
I actually have never heard that before, but that works really well, Freak. High five.
That's good. That's good. So this is exciting. There's the high five. I like there's going to be like a 4-second delay on this one because I saw the visual on the program feed going through the internet, the wonderful world of live production in quarantine. It's going to be an exciting series, though. I really think Golden Guardians had a really, really hot surge at the very end of the split. FlyQuest did have a rough and tumble loss to Evil Geniuses, but somewhat expected based on the seeding.
Yeah, and that's right. And if we could catch up really quickly, Golden Guardians, even though they're coming in as the lower seed to this match, they won the last time around. It was that Week 9 match. Golden Glue on the Zoe was a big story of the entire weekend because he went 3-0 on it, got Golden Guardians here. So I expect, the Zoe as well as some of these support picks to be the focus very early on here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be important to watch for. Right now, we're seeing Golden Guardians put out a fairly typical Syndra ban. We're seeing this more and more and more over time, that Syndra is being banned away very early on in the series, often against blue team. Meanwhile, FlyQuest, I think intelligently so, getting rid of Huhi's Tahm Kench and FBI's Aphelios. Those are two champions they've both played very well on.
Yeah, FBI, definitely one of the rising stars on Golden Guardians as well. I think those two carries got to keep your eye on. Aphelios, pretty much generic early round pick. FlyQuest, let's see what we can start with here. And they actually lock in the Aatrox first pick for solo, just as a versatile blind pick. I'm a little bit surprised here, actually. Thought they would focus a little bit more towards bottom half of the map.
Yeah, I guess they really want Solo to have a good one-on-one matchup. I think Top's going to be really interesting here, to be honest. These are two players who have played against each other a lot over the last several years. FlyQuest finally, I think, cementing themselves on playing Solo in top lane. I think that's very intelligent. I think he has been a better performing top laner than Viper, and FlyQuest are kind of solidifying on that being their style. I think that's going to be correct for them. And with him on Aatrox, I mean, he's a very aggressive player. He's got the highest first blood rate of any top laner in the LCS, and so you take the aggro matchup, and instead of something like Ornn, because he can maybe bully that one out. Meanwhile, Golden Guardians going for what seems to be out of almost nowhere, although she did get buffed kind of recently, Kalista Taric, an incredibly strong duo lane.
Yeah, this is the focus for bottom lane that I was looking for in this matchup. I think Golden Guardians are all over it. Kalista, first pick right now. You mentioned for bottom lane, it can also be flexed to top lane, but seeing the combination with the Taric already, you think, all right, that is their bottom lane lock-in. The ultimates work so well together. They can both make the other one immune, and it gives you a whole bunch of playmaking around the dragons early on into the game.
Yeah, meanwhile, FlyQuest get their own dynamic duo, of course, with the Xayah and Rakan. Rakan should be able to pretty easily dodge away from any Taric stun. There's a huge telegraph on all of that. And in general, I feel like there's enough mobility here to survive the 2-on-2. And if you get a good engage on Kalista, you can win the 2-on-2. Should be a very exciting bottom lane. I think there's a lot of power on both sides. I will say, I think Xayah pretty definitively outscales Kalista. But what Kalista provides is a good way to use Taric with his ultimate. So, I think the duos scale similarly on an 80k to 80 carry level. I would take Xayah.
Yeah, and I really like the skill involved in this matchup. If Xayah can land the Blade Caller on the Kalista, which is difficult since Kalista has passive hops built in, then you get to lock him up for the Rakan to be able to combo, and you can take him down. That gets a lot more difficult at level 6 once the Taric can ulti the Kalista, but sometimes you can even burst her before that drops. Moving pretty quickly along here, though, the Ornn shows up once again. No surprise to anyone who's been watching professional League of Legends for the past 2 months. Even with the slight nerfs, that does still scale extremely well and is going to allow some more power into that Kalista that you're talking about. You get a little bit more stats by upgrading items.
Yeah, Blue Ranking helps a very little bit here. Closer, who has been one of the very best performing junglers. He was number 2 all team voting, so absolutely huge standout so far this year. And I think hands down the best player on Golden Guardians, gets his most played in Jarvan. As we saw, FlyQuest threw the ban at Zoe. Golden Glue won a bunch of games in Zoe at the very, very end of the split. Part of that surge, part of that win they got against FlyQuest, as well as Pantheon, who's also been rising the ranks as a super top tier, mostly jungler, can be flexed, but ends up being probably a jungle ban in this case. So it does mean Golden Guardians get counter pick in mid lane. They have obviously Ornn going top lane. Kliss is definitely in the bottom lane here. Jarvan's going to look pretty good. FlyQuest need a jungler, and then Golden Glue gets counter pick.
Now, FlyQuest, they have had Power of Evil on LeBlanc previously, and he didn't do poorly on the champion per se, but it did feel like the team didn't play that well around this type of champion. Power of Evil as a mid lane player, highest damage per minute of any player in the LCS, usually is on things like Victor. You expect long range wave clear, high damage output later on. With LeBlanc, you do have to control vision a lot. You look for these picks, these bursty, higher risk moves. But one thing that I would say, I always do like seeing LeBlanc's pick later when they know that there's no easy point and click answer to that poke. If you distortion in and you know that you're going to be able to get off your combo on LeBlanc, it becomes a lot easier towards the late game where people sometimes feel like she falls off because it's harder to navigate team fights. Looking at this Golden Guardians lineup, nobody's going to be able to punish that LeBlanc when she goes in for the distortion.
Definitely agree. Ornn's got a huge telegraph. Jarvan's got a huge telegraph. Kalista and Taric take forever to get that to go off as well. So yeah, I think Power of Evil has a playground here to play with on that very elusive LeBlanc. I think as their best player, I think he is well equipped to make good moves. But you're right, again, to the point that the team fight prowess of LeBlanc specifically is not quite as high. That said, Solo's been playing well. I expect good things out of the Aatrox. I think out of bot lane, you've got Xayah Rakan. That's going to have great late game scaling as well. So this is a comp where, though I tend to agree, I think PoE is awesome on control mages, on teamfight mages. The comp at least supports playing LeBlanc both on their side and the opposing side. This should be a fun one to watch for. About to get ourselves into game. It's going to be really exciting to see in this best of 5 who's going to strike first blood in this match. The loser is out of playoffs. We'll see them in summer, but their season will otherwise be over.
Yeah, it's getting intense here, Freak. First team will be eliminated from playoffs here today. Who's it gonna be? Best of 5 starts off here with, some pretty heavy scaling on the top half of the map for Golden Guardians as well. Golden Glue actually, as a mid laner, has the highest jungle presence difference, which means that he gets camped a lot less by enemy junglers, but Closer does spend a lot of time pre-15 around that mid lane, at least enough to be within range, warding around mid lane and ganking for Golden Glue. So we may see that come into effect here because LeBlanc and Rek'Sai always is a pair that you expect to look for kill pressure. And that is going to be something Golden Glue will have to deal with as one of the players with quite a few of those solo death stats.
Definitely the case. It's fun to look at kind of the historic stats of a team now that all these teams have played a full regular season. You can kind of take a pretty strong look at how exactly they play the games out. Golden Guardians going for an aggressive invade towards the bottom side of the map. They find the ward to kill. Suddenly, Santorin, who wanted to start red buff, maybe doesn't get to. You're seeing Ignar and Wild Turtle wait around. Maybe they re-engage on the red, who he spots Santorin. They should expect the duo lane. And in fact, as FBI shows, they know it's a 3-on-3 right now, right? As soon as you see more than just the one champion, like, okay, they've actually stayed with all the full squad. Ignar is now going to spot out the fact that, yep, okay, they're still trying for this one. Santorin, though, is not wasting any time. He's saying, you know what, screw it. We're going for Krugs. I'm going to take this camp down. It's worth more gold and more XP than the red buff. And if you don't use the red buff to get a gank off, ultimately you traded a camp for a camp, and it's not the worst thing in the world. But Closer, this is interesting actually. He walks by a ward. Now that ward was known. You can see the health bar only at 1/3 right there. He knows he had to walk by a ward when doing this. Golden Guardians are already attacking it. So gets the red steal, gets back out to his jungle. But keep in mind, even though it was stolen, Santorin did get a valuable camp.
And Closer has been very good for the Golden Guardians in the early game. He quite frequently has gone for these types of invades, stealing away first red buff of their opponents. This instance is purely a champ select invade for Golden Guardians. They have the stronger level 1 on the bottom half of the map with Jarvan, Kalista, Taric, and so they're able to bully FlyQuest off of it. Santorin Doesn't fall super far behind though, as he is able to start the Krugs while they're taking the red buff, and then he transitions into a very quick Raptor camp. Should still be able to get level 3 on his blue quadrant. Meanwhile, Closer already level 3 on the Jarvan. We'll look to see what sort of early plays he can make. Still has actually 1 charge in his refillable potion too, and he's standing still.
Oh, nice reflex. Santorin gets the knockup on Closer to prevent taking any damage, or sorry, to prevent getting knocked up himself from Closer. Gets away from this one. Nicely played. Closer can try to fight for this scuttle, but it's not going to happen. We can take a look at the fact that, well, Closer has an extra ward kill, but Santorin is going to momentarily be up a camp with that one going down. Okay, Closer's going to kind of finish out on the Raptors here, but end of the day, pretty decent start here on both sides.
Yeah, and remember, not all camps are created equal, as Raptors and Wolves are a lot less experienced. So even though that does show, there is significantly more experience in the other camps. Golden Glue still gets his flash forced, even though Closer was there hovering. Santorin just stays there because he sees him on the Rek'Sai passive and still forces it.
Fight on the bottom side. Stun's not going to land. The Roots will. Wild Turtle takes a pretty big hit. End of the day, though, they're both in pretty equal spots. Got to point out a small farm lead to the FlyQuest duo, though there is more gold left on the map. There's more CS for FBI to claim, so it shouldn't be too bad. But yeah, shout out to the information asymmetry. Santorin stood still, used Tremor Sense, saw once Closer went back out to the left-hand side, it was completely safe. Solo and Hanser fighting back and forth. Solo with the early lead up here. Now, you were talking earlier about how aggressively, as they battle back and forth, shouldn't be much of a kill, how much Closer plays around mid lane. For the Golden Guardians, their mid laner and their 2 bot lane players are all top 3 in the league in forward percentage. They are usually constantly able to play aggressively, but the punishment for that is without time towards Hanser. Hanser is 9th in forward percentage. He never really gets played aggressively. He's always weak side under his turret. It's still the case here where Solo is pushing Hanser in and Closer sitting around bot lane.
Yep, and now they're daring them to come for these minions. But look how defensively Ignar and Turtle are playing. They let some of those ranged minions actually just die to the autos and don't overextend there, as Closer was hovering behind the Golden Guardians bottom lane. Now resets the top side.
And Golden Glue walks by a ward to spot out, see, okay, the blast plant is still alive, so Santorin didn't jump over the wall and take that. No tunnels either, so, you know, that Krug's, you know, they're safe for you, no problem, but Golden Glue is still hatching this ward, and keep in mind, he is flashless. Had to run back, you know, get his boots and refillable Endurance Blade, but Santorin waiting in the wings. And there are several camps up. There's actually 3 left to clear. He's going to go for the chain. That's going to land, but can you dive Golden Glue? Santorin is not going to. He'll take a turret shot for looking, and end of the day, Golden Glue takes some damage.
This is where Golden Guardians should expect the focus. We said in the first 2 minutes, you know, LeBlanc and Rek'Sai are always looking for kill pressure, and having blown that flash, that is where the repeat gank should come for. So it's up to Closer to help out Golden Glue with some of the wards. You see 1 control ward in Closer's inventory right now, and during the time that Valkyrie is down for Golden Glue, he cannot step up to the minion wave, so he has to play defensively, stays at his turret. Santorin does take that opportunity, though, after the mid lane pressure game to, you know, have Power People push in the wave and take first dragon.
All right, and hey, you know, shout out to FlyQuest. They're having a pretty good start here overall. They got some pressure in the bottom lane. Okay, technically they're down CS for a little bit, but they got the pressure down there. They got the Drake out of it. It's a good start for them overall. Santorin is completely matched with Closer in farm. Obviously, top is leading, mid leading a little bit in farm here as well, but as the minions get kind of crushed back and forth, we've got a fairly close game state where Golden Guardians are up gold from sort of random ancillary sources. It's right now a CS lead in the bottom lane, I think carrying that mostly, but I'd probably still take the Drake for FlyQuest.
Yeah, I think FlyQuest are pretty happy about the Dragon. There is more pressure on Santorin to create action and get something done here in the early game, because as you transition towards team fights, there's so much more team fight utility that you get from Jarvan, especially since professional Jarvans pretty much all go Conqueror, Cinderhulk, this very tanky build, and then you have your knockup from EQ, plus you have the Cataclysm, which brings so much to the team fight. It's why this is one of Closer's most played, actually his most played jungler for the team.
Yep.
he's able to create a lot of the early gank pressure, which EQs, and then transition into a very useful team fight starter.
And Hanser getting pulled back by the chains right there. Can continue fighting in the top lane. Has a Bramble Vestra to start the matchup. Obviously, you're going to go basically full tank on Ornn always. And his Grievous Wounds option, of course, is the tank version of that one. Aatrox certainly kills up a ton. And now Golden Guardians, yep, 8 minutes are on the top side. I do want to point out that FlyQuest have one of the very, very worst first Rift Herald percentages in the league. They historically have not prioritized it well, or at least if they have, not won those fights. And as you can see, Wild Turtle is in fact soloing down to the bot lane. Ignar has roamed up, but the Xayah cannot possibly get topped without running all the way over. She shoves into that next wave, does run up, but now here's FBI and Huhi already topside. They can push in top of it, they can fight for this ward. Ignar has to give that one up, and we'll see if and when solo recalls, as Hanser's Ornn comes down to bot side, but he can TP up there when needed.
And that, I really like bringing up that stat because it's an interesting story beyond the recent games that we've seen. This season-long story for the Golden Guardians with them running, with FlyQuest, with them running Viper in the top lane. They had very, very low success in a lot of these kind of top lane statistics, as we see Golden Guardians making good on their 8-minute swap. They even pulled in the teleport for Golden Glue back to mid lane with the package here. It's very, very difficult to challenge a team that has level 6 Kalista, level 6 Taric, as well as a package Corki. So FlyQuest definitely not going to improve any of the Rift Herald stats in this game as that one goes down, but they get the root.
Yeah, that's a big stun back as well. FlyQuest, though, honestly, with Guardian shields up for both supports, a lot of that damage is simply pushed back away. They can both heal, they can both shield, and their Keystone helps. So, end of the day, health bars are still pretty close to full, but look at the game state. Look, Corki's already topside. They've got the Rift clear out as well. This is going to be plate number 1, grabbed easily. Plate number 2, no problem as well. And I think most cases, Closer just summons the Herald and they get 2 more plates off that as well. But looks like they're going to play it more defensively. FBI is going to try to get one more. He's going to be safe. They're going to wait on the summon. I'm a bit surprised, to be honest. I think that would have been another 300 gold cashed in without any issues, but they might go on the next wave instead.
Yeah, I really do like getting the gold as quickly as possible because it really multiplies your power. The earlier in the game you can cash in, the earlier you can upgrade your jungle item. And that is so big for me. Even when you're going one of the lesser impact jungle items, yeah, it's only Cinder Hulk, which doesn't have as big a power spike as a warrior or anything near a Runic Echoes. But still having that completion is such a big difference in any sort of the skirmishes that you take around the map. The counterpoint, and when I always talk to these pro junglers, they always mention the extra tempo that you can get using a couple of these Rift Herald empowered recalls to get back to base, which, you know, is a couple seconds. Personally, I really like having the gold power though.
The day Closer did play for the more defensive option. Now, it wouldn't have claimed the turret itself. That turret would still be standing. It would have just been the 2 plates. But yeah, chose the tempo play over the extra gold picked up. Ward comes down, control ward for defense. But no, it's FlyQuest who have the territory. And they're going to have to fight over this one. They will trade the wards back and forth as mid lane is now fighting as well. Hexdrinker Rush came through for Golden Blue. Feels comfortable in the 1-on-1 against Power of Evil, who's probably not going Merc Treads himself. So a bit of an item, you know, friendly lead for Golden Glue, but is it going to be enough as they're pushing down the mid lane? It's still a 300 gold lead to Golden Guardians, mostly now earned from those plates themselves. And we're waiting for that next big play, the next big spike. We've got the Ocean Break.
We're ready.
We've got, oh yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
This team wants to use all of their ultimates, Freak. We just went over it last time. There's such good synergy here for the Golden Guardians, and they have the trump card of the Rift Herald in pocket for Closer, ready to use. They do get a recall off with a teleport ready for Hanser. And maybe they're just going to try and get some side lane pressure before this fight actually pops off. They completely cede control of the river leading up to this dragon. Closer even used one of his spice.
Well, it's running low. There's only a minute left on the Herald Summon, so he's got to use it before too terribly long. And FlyQuest kind of know this as well, right? That's a fairly easy thing to kind of keep in the back of your mind, to know that, okay, they got it around 9 minutes. They've got to summon it around 13. Second Drake is alive, and FlyQuest cleanly in control. Solo walked down, guaranteed it goes over to Santorin. and all Haunter can do is shove in a small wave. You've got a pretty big farm lead in the mid lane. Santorin's actually started farming really well. He's got a farm lead over Closer here as well. And even though Golden Guardians, yeah, they have a gold lead, in general, I feel like I would take those 2 Drakes. That's going to feel really comfortable.
Yeah, it leads into a win condition here for FlyQuest. These are very early takes on the Dragons as well. We're only 13 minutes in with 2 of them stacked up. So FlyQuest very clearly can continue to stack these Drakes, looking for the Mountain. Right, next in 4.5 minutes, the Herald is summoned very deep in the jungle. There's still 40 seconds for the Herald to get to the turret plates if they want to try and cash in. And Closer's actually so far away that someone needs to get close to the Herald as well to get money for it. They increased the lead range, but she's under attack, Freak! Defend the Shelly!
They're gonna get nothing. No, Shelly's gonna drop. The weak point goes down, and you know, the retrospective analysis is, should you have summoned it way back when for the 2 plates? Was the 2 fast recalls worth it? In this case, no. In the average case, maybe you would have found a different opening, but end of the day, the first Herald of Golden Guardians earns them 100 gold because they killed the Herald. That was it. They got no other turret pressure. It meant nothing else for them.
All right, I guess we're going to have to invent a new stat. Not just Rift Herald control, but Rift Herald effective usage as well. Rift Herald efficacy here for Golden Guardians so far is at a 0.
Unlucky, but that's the way it's going to be for now. They still got the, you know, some push pressure at the very least top lane from their champions. And now we'll see 200 gold difference with FlyQuest on 2 Drakes. Mountain Rift, I think Mountain Drakes and Mountain Soul is going to be really, really good in a game that has some assassination power potential. As now Haunter and Solo battling fourth, gonna flash away from the knock-up. Solo respecting the chance at a kill there from Haunter, but now Closer is back. The ult is timing out and Flash is gone. Can they find the slow for the re-engage? For now he backs off. Mini's gonna go down. Closer will not find that game.
And we're going to have a reset here as well. You can see both supports roaming back out to the middle of the map to help out in preparation for Rift Herald number 2's spawn. The sister of Shelly is coming, and this is something that I want to point out for FlyQuest. They've had a tendency this year to keep Turtle split pushing even when they reset the rest of the team for objectives. And you can see right now, he just pushed that entire double stacked wave on the bottom side of the map into the tower. Hasn't gone back for a reset though, so he's sitting on the pieces of Essence Reaver. Meanwhile, fully completed Blade of the Ruin King for FBI.
Yeah, Luden's Echo, of course, completed there on the side of the LeBlanc of Power Real means very, very good poke. And on the other side, of course, Golden Glue himself is on components. Hexdrinker's good, Phage is good, Sork Shoes are good, but it's just not that Triforce power spike. So kind of worth figuring out if you know, either team is really stronger right now. It's kind of going to depend on which champions have the completed items done. I like the Shurelya's in there for the Taric. The whole squad can run super fast. I think the engage tools, not that bad for Golden Guardians, but of course FlyQuest, if Ignar pulls the trigger, he's ready to go in as well. Rakan, pretty much one-stop shop for starting teams. Bites Haunter and PoE, gonna find each other. W's not gonna come down in time. He can't immune the knockups. This is gonna be first blood in the top lane. FlyQuest strike at 16 minutes.
Juicy power spike there, Freak. You just mentioned the Luden's Echo. Guess who's got no magic resist yet? Even though Ornn is a tank, he's got no tank stats against Power of Evil, and they find him in the Tribe Rush. This means you get a free Rift Herald number 2 set up here. Let's take a look at this replay as Power of Evil sees him on the ward and then makes a loop around, staying in Fog of War and waiting for Haunter to come because he knows he's going to come look for some of this vision. Chain lands, knocks him up. So he charged instead of trying to get an immunity as well.
Yeah.
All right, let's see the aftermath here for Rift Herald number 2 though as we get back to live.
First turret, there you go, cashed in.
Whoa.
FlyQuest Rift Herald efficiency, significantly higher than Golden Guardians. Solo first turret gold of Power of Evil, big chunk of change to him. Suddenly FlyQuest are up 14.
The big croak!
Plus the 2 Drakes. Oh, just barely! Haunter bops it in the eye, keeps the turret from taking half its health and damage, but
EVE
it's
master.
really turned the corner. Yeah, that's true.
He's able to get both of them down, takes down both of the epic monsters. Meanwhile, mid lane, repush here for the Golden Guardians. They don't want to be outdone over and over with these objectives. Dragon stacking is a very real problem this early into the game. Mountain Drake is pulled out by them already. Ornn's far away, but can get a long-range ultimate here for Hanser.
Okay, here they're coming around. Hanser looking at it. Closer finds the knockup, dunks to the backhand side. Big Immunity comes over, and they're trying to push down onto the top lane. Solo cannot live, and Turtle is pushed away. Still has Flash, has Heal, has the ulti, but Golden Guardians win the first team fight. Now, they did burn 3 ultis for it, 2 still available. Can FlyQuest re-engage the 4v5? Odds are low. Santorin is flashless, but could maybe take a tunnel back out. Here comes Ignar, wants to start it off. Finds the knockup, big dog with FBI, and he gets deleted, but it is traded back 1 for 1. Here comes the re-engage, they look for the stun. Feathers fly, almost gets a kill. 2 for 1 to Golden Guardians. They take that team fight. PUE, though, still wants in. As we mentioned, there's no good ways of stopping him. He'll root Huhi in place. The Taric trying to run away, cannot find the stun, and Power of Evil might just find what he's looking for. 2 versus 4, and Solo TP's in. They'll find the route onto Hanser. Does not have MR, and the chase down works. FlyQuest answer 1 more kill finally.
FlyQuest, even though they're down in numbers, they have 2 carries alive, and Power of Evil chases the Golden Guardians all the way back to the turret here. The critical thing is that the dragon wasn't actually taken after the teamfight victory for Golden Guardians, because FlyQuest make the call, hey, they don't have those key AoE ultimates available. We can actually fight down in numbers, and they pull off the assassination with Ignar and Power of Evil, the 2 old Misfits players, able to find the kill onto FBI, save the dragon for now. This is probably going to be a repeat here. I don't think they're giving up on this objective.
Yeah, well, nice by Golden Glue showed up and pushed off Power of Evil, prevented the Drake from being taken. So the recalls come in, the teams come slamming across the map, and there is TP advantage for Golden Guardians. So the longer Hanser can stay top lane, and Golden Guardians can kind of promote a dragon standoff, the more unanswered farm their top laner gets. Golden Glue going to start it off with the squad. They've got the wards for TP. They get rid of the wards that FlyQuest have, and here comes Ornn, looking now at Solo. He flashed away from the knockup, but Golden Glue pack is over, but now it means that the rest of the squad is stuck inside the pit. Looking at the re-engage, now Hanser walks in, finds the double knockup, closer chases, can't find it. They turn back to the Drake. Is it going to be a smite fight? Not just yet. They go back towards Solo. Once again, onto the Drake. Who's going to win the smite? Goes over to Santorin, but it's a 1 for 0. So far, they've picked up a single kill. Golden Guardians going to look to keep Golden Glue alive, just barely does so. Triple knockup for closer, and that means Power of Evil might have to run away. Just barely gets away. He's going to stay alive. Wild Turtle flashing over the wall, stays alive there as well. PoE nearly takes down Golden Glue, but also keeps his health bar up afloat. But now another knockup for closer. That's going to be kill number 2. Shut down goes to Golden Glue. Golden Guardians find 2 kills in the fight, but they lose that 3rd Drake.
If they keep getting kills here for the Golden Guardians, though, this team fight with Kalista, Taric, Jarvan, Ornn ultimates is so hard to play around. And look how FlyQuest have to do it. They have to constantly disengage these big abilities. Corki package used there. Kalista ultimate used there. Now Ornn ultimate does find the final engage here, and FlyQuest have to continually avoid these big AoE teamfight usages. Then they finally go in. They get the dragon steal. Santorin comes up clutch as Solo goes down, distracting the rest of the Golden Guardians. Then they try and fight their way out of it with a lot of these cooldowns up for Golden Guardians. Power of Evil not able to finish off Golden Glue. Even with the corrupting potion ticking there, you can't get the last little bit of damage, and Golden Glue gets the laugh over the wall.
And now we get the try against Solo yet again. He's going to walk back to the lane, and without any more crowd control, Hanser, the only one who has any, doesn't really mean much. Hextrigger going to come back up for Golden Glue. Triforce is done. Big power spike is in. Keep in mind that that was what was really needed to have Corki have a better chance at these team fights. Might even see Mob before too long. Pickaxe could build towards that, could build towards Infinity Edge. Either, I think, is a defensible option. We'll see what he actually goes for. But the items are kind of scaling up. Hanser, pretty close to Abyssal Mask being done. Just needs the combined cost. That'll get upgraded. That'll be a nice power spike. Void Staff done for PoE means he can start killing these MR stacking champions pretty nicely. So we're scaling, and the champions dealing damage are going to get even scarier.
Yes, they are.
Ooh, Close window there. Closer might try the ulti, but they're all pretty good at getting away except for Santorin. Without the tunnel, has to burn the flash to get away. Ult for flash, you take that trade.
Yeah, these mobility spells are really important for FlyQuest as well, because keep on mentioning how good the Golden Guardians team composition is when grouped up as 5. They just run a 5-on-5 over and over, and it's up to FlyQuest to use mobility to their advantage to try and find these openings and create the picks for themselves. Because the barrier of execution on this FlyQuest composition is so much higher for what they have to do in coordinating a victory here. Now, as everybody does rotate back to mid lane, Solo does not have teleport, and Haunter is walking up the river right now. So this would be Golden Guardian's numbers advantage.
Okay, well, it's going to be a quick trade of cooldowns. Pee-wee just simply gets over the wall and chunks Closer for a couple hundred health. Decent damage dealt there. 2-0 in turret, worth pointing out, right? Bot outer and top outer already dead. Golden Guardians yet to get on the map for any meaningful neutral objectives. Yes, they killed a Herald, but it didn't do anything for them. They haven't taken a Drake, they haven't taken a turret. They have only found teamfight victories. So if they can win a fight and convert, that'll be worth a lot of gold, it'll be worth a lot of power. But also keep in mind, we are 90 seconds away from the 4th, and for FlyQuest, final Mountain Drake. If they get Soul, that giant shield is going to be so massive for them.
Yeah, it puts so much pressure on the possibility of a Dragon Steal here. Because even though FlyQuest, they don't want to run into Ornn, Jarvan, Kalista, Taric head on, they can poke around the sides as we've seen. And Santorin, Power of Evil, all have a lot of mobility trying to harass Golden Guardians as they're looking for that objective. And if you mess up one more smite, if you mess up one more objective, that gives FlyQuest so much more power, and then for the remainder of the game they can actually split push and play the side lanes with the added safety of these Mountain Dragon shields that will come in with the Soul. It'll be very difficult to actually pick them off or find any of that meaningful damage.
Well, momentarily we have a AD carry power spike difference. Turtle has red buff, that helps a little bit, but he is not yet at Infinity Edge. It's pretty cheap, it's only a couple hundred gold, so usually with this wave you have enough money to buy it, but time is running low, 25 seconds on Mountain Soul. Not sure you can reasonably take a recall there. Meanwhile, FBI has Ruin King and Hurricane, so right now I take Kalista in the team fight. With the level deficit, doesn't matter, I think the items are better, so that part's going to be meaningful. First Ornn upgrades comes through, and Golden Blue has the upgraded Trinity Force. That means mid is under attack. That's going to be mid-outer taken without issue. But 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds on the Mountain Drake coming up. Golden Guardians must be aware of that Drake spawn. They must play around it. They cannot give this away to FlyQuest.
And they even have the package. Here comes in the teleport, and we're going to see the flank play from FlyQuest.
Who he is in danger, pops the ult. He's never going to get pulled back. FBI does not save his teammate. An easy assassination for Power of Evil, even chunks down Closer. What a horrible fight for Golden Guardians, completely forgetting what to deal with their backline. And now it's package used for defense, and FlyQuest have control, but Golden Guardians have to defend. They have to try 4v5 because they can't give away Mountain Soul.
I feel like I'm going to need to look at that replay. My eyes deceive me. Was he locked up? This is great for FlyQuest. Starting up the Mountain Drake, still poking down on the Golden Guardians, 5v4.
Solo staying in the front line, finds Golden Glue! Nearly one-shots him, and Zaya does the rest. The flash forward for Wild Turtle. FBI's days are numbered. They got to run away from this one. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Now Golden Guardians in an even worse spot. It's 3 versus 5. Their health bars are low. FBI lifesteals away, but he's right next to LeBlanc. Here comes the health bar. It's going to disappear, and it's gone. Shutdown goes through to Power of Evil, and simply
True magician.
5 again. Yep, Taric respawns, doesn't matter. Clean Drake pickup, FlyQuest with a massive lead. They got Mountain Soul.
Oh, it's playoffs, Freak. You like some vintage Wild Turtle coming out to play as well with the flash forward ultimate on Zaya? All defensive tools used offensively here for Turtle to find that extra kill, diving Golden Glue in the back line after Solo got a really good knock up there with Aatrox to start it out and set him up. And FlyQuest, in the face of a full 5-on-5 composition for Golden Guardians, they rushed Mountain Soul. They got the first 4 Drakes in a very timely manner and set themselves up quite nicely for game number 1 of this series.
Yeah, so you can see at the very top of the screen, it's 42,000 to 41,000 gold. that looks really close. You're like, oh, this is totally winnable. But the big difference is those 4 Drakes picked up. 4 is the magic number. It's Mountain Soul. It's a 300 health shield per champion. And that in and of itself is nearly 1,000 gold per player. It is just incredible, and FlyQuest are so heavily favored because of their Drake control, because Santorin just a little bit to help bot lane, while Turtle and Ignar won the 2-on-2 mostly heads up, and honestly what should have been a fairly difficult matchup, but they played it well, and that control gave them a Drake, and it's going to be why FlyQuest are going to be hard-pressed to ever lose this game.
Yeah, I've heard and seen a lot of people looking at Wild Turtle, and oh, now we've got a lot more.
Ulti burn, doesn't have a way out. Terracote's going to give the invincibility. That's a shutdown for 1. TP comes in for a bit more. The assassination is nice, but look how low Golden Glue is. There could be a trade kill before too long. Regardless, for now, Golden Guardians get a kill, but 450 gold is not going to sort of turn around what's been happening in this game.
Yeah, they're looking at Turtle, all right. They use Tarek ultimate, Jarvan ultimate, and Golden Glue also got burned down for 90% of his HP. It's not enough, though. He teleports right back out, and we'll bring that Golden Guardians pressure to get some vision here around Baron. I doubt that they actually go for the start, though, seeing as how they don't have 2 of those key ultimates.
Ooh, this might be a bit of a play. Santorin, though, has a ton to get away. Still has flash if he needed it. Golden Glue chunked to half. He's got to be respectful. The guy doesn't have a lot of lifesteal. All right, he isn't in precision, so there's no room for Legend Bloodline. Doesn't have a Doran's Blade. It is purely base health regen, and then, you know, probably has some, what is it, Ravenous Hunter stack, so he's got some regen, but, you know, if he takes poke, it's mostly going to stick onto him right now. And now FlyQuest looking to take territory right back, right away. While Turtle respawns, they're ready to take over the rest of the map. You can see now, looking at this one, Ignar is going to take a stun, but you can see Golden Guardians hesitant, not willing to go for the fight. Now a potential knock-up Hanser, forced to flash away. Big damage out of Power of Evil, closer, forced to retreat, and look how low the health bar gets. FlyQuest in control of this game, in control of this map.
Let's see if they can control the Baron then, because Golden Guardians, nobody goes down. Although Closer does have to refill his health bar, should be able to get back to the Baron in time. 9k on the Baron and counting.
Ignar goes in, can't find the knockup, won't find much of a charm. Hanser wants in, can't get anything either, and that is Hanser dropping down 1-for-0. Terracote comes down, immunes the entire squad. Is the re-engage good enough? 4v4, Solo drops. They get Turtle as well. There aren't any carries left except for the 2 of them. Santorin gets 1. Now it's back to a 3-on-3, but he is stunned. And FBI has been untouched. Will they find the knockup into Ignar? Yes, they will. Is it going to be enough? He jumps over the wall. Back in goes Power of Evil. That stun hits 2. Closer finds the slow. Can Golden Guardians chase it down? If they get these kills, the Baron is theirs. A nice juke comes in. Huhi has to be respectful. They find a slow into Ignar. They find another stun and a Power of Evil. Jumps over the wall. The lance isn't going to be enough. And I don't think Golden Guardians off that damage can go for Baron. That means it's going to be a reset. Yeah, they win the fight 3-2, but can they get any more? That answer is no.
The slipperiest champions in League of Legends, freak. A LeBlanc and a Rakan running all over this blue jungle. Let's take another look at how it started out. FlyQuest know they can't be in the Baron pit versus all these AoE ultimates, but I believe Hanser misses his knockup here. Does he get charmed? No, just actually missed it. So Hanser doesn't get the second knockup there on the Ornn ultimate. Big whiff for him. Golden Guardians, though, still have so many more tools. We've stated so many times about how good their 5-on-5 is because of that. You know, Taric Immunity and Jarvan with a secondary engage for them will do the work that they're missing with the Ornn ultimate. And so they do come out at very slippery champions with multiple dashes in them as Power of Evil, also making use of the passive here. Very nice distortion back because FBI actually didn't follow on the chase and was doing Gromp instead. And it might have been more dangerous to go back to that distortion if FBI was right next to Huhi there.
Yeah, I think he went for the lifesteal because he was afraid of getting chunked out by LeBlanc round 2, but yeah, he had to burn all his tools to escape. It was a tight call. I think, you know, I think it's debatable to go either way in that one. Have enough health so LeBlanc doesn't kill you and turn the fight, but also, yeah, knowing when it's a chase down. Regardless, it ends up being +1 kill to Golden Guardians. And now here comes the next major objective. Elder Dragon is spawning right now. If you thought Mountain Soul was going to win FlyQuest the game, so far it hasn't quite done it. You know, they've been fighting pretty closely, but Elder Dragon is so much power and FlyQuest ready to go. You've got Solo coming down for the flank as well.
And this looks good for Golden Guardians because they can get their standard 5-on-5 setup. Now that they can have this grouping with the Jarvan and the Ornn in front, they should have plenty of time for Terrigal to come down. As long as FBI actually, ults Huhi if he's low, if he's in dangerous position, as long as they are able to use these team fights ultimates in concert, Dragon's going down.
You gotta watch out. Smite steal against Rend is difficult. I think Golden Guardian's gonna try for this one. Can they coordinate? Santorin gets the steal. A quick shield comes in, but is it gonna be enough? Closer is burning down. Golden Guardians, I can't believe they missed the Smite Rend combo, but it should look well for FlyQuest. Health bar is a bit low, but a single auto kills Closer. He's trying to get over Santorin. If he lands the Q, I think that actually kills him outright. He has to flash it to live, and FlyQuest, this is the time to push for a victory. PoE tries, gets the shutdown on Closer.
I'm glad it's not just me, Freak, because when there's Kalista's on my team and I'm jungling, we pick a time. We both say we're gonna, Rend and Smite at that time. Okay, 1.5k health or something like that. Something that the enemy jungler cannot possibly outsmite. Sometimes you just mess up the timing, and I have messed that up. Looks like Golden Guardians as well aren't able to combine with the damage sources at precisely the right moment. And Santorin, my goodness, he has absolutely just destroyed this game. Such good objective control for him, for FlyQuest. Not only do they have Elder Dragon and the Dragon Soul and Baron buff on top of it, but you get to put that one on your resume, my friend.
Yeah, beautiful stuff right now. FlyQuest doing far better than the gold lead suggests. Their objective control has far surpassed everything Golden Guardians has done so far in this game. A lot of that is Santorin smiting. That third Drake was a smite fight. The Elder Dragon was a smite fight. He won both of them, and they have absolute control right now. Golden Guardians have to wait out this minute-long Dragon buff. They've got to wait out 2.5-minute Baron buff, and I think FlyQuest should be able to at least crack tier.
You're going to have to do some CSI work on these steals of objectives, Freak. Go back and look at the replays. We're going to slow them down to 25%, enhance it, see exactly what went wrong, if there's any sort of stuns on FBI or why they weren't able to combo the damage here. FlyQuest will be able to do that after the series, though, as they march forward with all of the epic buffs.
And they're ready to go. Middle inhibitor, not a problem at all. The turret drops, and if you don't fight for the turret, don't fight for the inhibitor. They're going to sit around a little bit for some wave clear, and the choke point's close enough that FlyQuest are going to back off till the next wave comes in, but top's being shepherded in, and Golden Guardians should be hard-pressed to win a fight here as long as FlyQuest ready to defend. Shut down. Oh my word. PoE over the wall just completely destroys FBI. Didn't have a chance to press barrier. Didn't pop QSS. He's gone. Mid inhibitor is out. Still got a minute and a half on Baron, and FlyQuest not showing signs of stopping. A 5v4 push sounds pretty good to them. As Solo walks into the front line, a little bit of poke onto that turret, a knockup, not going to mean a whole lot. Here comes the charm, attempted knockup, not yet going to get PoE, not yet going to get Golden Glue, but Closer gets the shield, so does Huhi and Golden Glue. Doesn't really matter though, it's not going to be any kills coming across. Still safe to siege. FlyQuest pushing back to the top side. That mini wave was already there. Second inhibitor, going to drop no problem. 15 seconds at FBI to respawn. Easily clear the wave away, and FlyQuest might just take his last minute and bear buff to reset one more time and siege for the bottom lane.
We just saw on screen. It's nice to play a late game LeBlanc when the enemy team has no point and click CC to stop you going in for poke like that. There's nobody that can answer Power of Evil when he goes for an offensive play like that. And Power of Evil has been able to build full damage LeBlanc. Doesn't have to get a spell shield or anything for himself to worry about. So FBI gets to be the one on the receiving end of a full magic penetration, death cap, and a Medjai Soul Stealer LeBlanc combo.
Oof. Jeez, FBI. Okay, he ruined King's
You commiserating with him, Freak? With your AD carry
that
life
is,
there?
I mean, I'm getting flashbacks to Ray's full lethality Jarvan top. I'm just laughing at him one-shotting a Sivir. This is getting to that point, but it's not 1 in 100 games. It's 1 in every 12 games LeBlanc does this. So this is PoE doing great work. He pushes back Honster. Bot lane tier 2 is completely gone. Elder Dragon's gone, Baron's gone, but they've got the gold lead. They still got the soul, and FlyQuest looking well poised to take home game 1 of this best of 5.
Yeah, they did lose the one game in week 3. They did lose to get down here into the losers bracket, but they're not going to lose this game. 1 inhibitor tower left to go, staying on bottom side here. They're going to push in and keep the mid lane minions pushing as well, so the Golden Guardians really feel the pressure. My goodness, PoE can't be stopped.
He really cannot. 6-1-4. He's got plenty of damage here, and he's ready to keep going now. Bottom inhibitor turret under fire. At what point can Golden Guardians defend? So far, it is not now. They clear the wave. That's the best they can do, but they can't fight the champions. Ignar gets back over the wall, nicely escaped. PoE looks for poke. Golden Glue loses 1/4 of his health bar instantly. PoE can try that again every like 12 seconds, and look, it's again the same thing. Closer, chunked to half HP. Golden Glue a bit worse for wear as well. They've got to run away from this one. Turret under fire. Turret's going to drop. Third inhibitor, a formality on this one. 30 seconds into Elder Dragon. Here comes the attempted play. Knockup going to land on nobody. Turtle chunked low. Here comes invulnerability on the squad. Is the re-engage going to be enough? Can Ignar be a target? He's going to try and get away with it. Once again on a Hanser. PoE tries, can't get anything there either. And though the inhibitor lives, Golden Guardians engage does nothing.
Yeah, I mean, spam ping on the Nexus turrets there, because while it takes everything you have to fend off. Oh! Well.
That's the
You
call.
okay there?
That's it. He's gone.
Yeah, that might have been his call as well. Elder Dragon number 2 gonna go over to FlyQuest. At this point, I feel like they're just racking up. What's the best objective control stats that we can possibly get? We'll just get all the epic monsters. Yeah, there's another Baron coming up too. They're waiting around so that
I like
everybody.
I like this a lot. I like this a lot, Kobe. Because the buff only lasts, what, 2.5 minutes? So they're getting it as late as possible to maximize the buff duration. This is, this looks so troll, but it's so smart.
No, I mean, it also is going to line up better with Baron, because if you delay your Elder Dragon take, they'll have it enough time to not only take the Baron if they want, but then use the Baron and the Elder Dragon on top of each other to finish the game in a real style. All right, so objective control here, slightly in favor of FlyQuest, with the Mountain Soul Elder Dragon setting it up with complete control. For Golden Guardians, Freak, what's your game plan? You gotta go everybody bum rush as soon as you see them at your at an opening by your base, because it's really the only hope.
Is that Chrono Break doesn't work and you have to call the game and start all over again. This is a 2% win chance game right now, where it is theoretically possible if you find the perfect engage during a Taric ultimate and your whole squad's invulnerable. Maybe you catch Turtle for about 20 seconds. He doesn't have flash. Maybe PoE steps too far and he walks into a Taric stun that you channeled from Fog of War. But the chances are so minuscule. You need to basically one-shot the backline. And by the way, Golden Glue might just burn down and die there as well. Gets a quick shield, just stays alive. But he, with the smallest amount of effort, already the fight's already over. Double inhibitor gonna go down, no problem. Minions already on the Nexus turrets. You need to somehow one-shot the backline without dying yourself, and that is almost impossible.
All right, good luck to the Golden Guardians. Here we go.
Here comes the play. Knock up on the 2, but it's the frontliners who get hit, and vulnerability going to come in. When is the re-engage? Ignar steps up a bit too far. Closer finds a knockup, goes for the dunk. They might catch Santorin, already a 1-for-0. Stacking in the spears. FBI going to try his very best, and maybe, just maybe they find that kill, but it's only the Guardian Angel down. It's simply a 1-for-0, and FlyQuest can keep going. It's the rest of Golden Guardians forced back. That's the kill on a He solo. Grabs that one without issue. TP's come back into the map. First turret's going to go down. Second turret's going to follow. FlyQuest in a 5v3. They're going to chase down Golden Glue. There's the rest of the kills. There's the shutdown. Santorin will not get killed either. And that is the Nexus falling. That is FlyQuest taking game 1 of the best of 5.
FlyQuest planting some trees here in game number 1 of the series. Congratulations to them. hats off to Santorin here for the objective control, because they were staring down the barrel at a big team fight comp for the Golden Guardians. But if a team fight composition with Ornn, Jarvan, Taric, Kalista can't control objectives, can't even get the objectives with Ren Smite combos, then that team is not going to win. So really high praise here for FlyQuest, poking around and getting those dragons.
Yeah, it was an interesting game to watch, right? Because absolutely Golden Guardians had the tools to win, right? There were several moments that it went down to the wire. There were smite fights of Closer versus Santorin, and Santorin got the better of him. There were fights where it went down to 1 or 2 autos would have changed out the outcome. At the end of the day, FlyQuest was the better team. Objective control, Santorin smiting, Santorin's ganking, and PoE's team fighting were the difference makers there in that one. But we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we return, the State Farm Analyst Desk is going to break down the results of that game. Don't go anywhere.
Houston? Brightness is increasing. There it is. Oh, yeah, beautiful.
Cars like this don't come around often. The redesigned Type R, the most powerful Civic ever, from Honda.
Hello and welcome back to the LCS postseason. I'm Dash, joined by Crumbs and Mark Z to break down this best of 5 that's coming at you today. Already one game in, gents, and it was a crazy close one, which just excites me for what is in store for us through the remainder of this best of 5. Mark,
yeah, that game was insane. It was back and forth the entire time. Just look at that goal graph. 1.6K was the biggest lead that Golden Guardians had, and up until 32 minutes in the game, I don't think FlyQuest had a bigger one. So close.
Look at PoE's damage now.
On a LeBlanc too. Oh,
what?
God.
Wow.
What the heck?
56k damage, doing absolute work on that LeBlanc in the mid lane. We'll get a little bit more into his individual performance in just a moment, but I actually want to hit the reset button on our discussion, as we didn't have a pregame before our series today, and I want to talk to you about your predictions and your expectations for this series. We have the 4 seed in FlyQuest against the 6 seed in Golden Guardians. Now, between these two squads, what are your predictions, and what is the expectation of how these two teams would play it? Mark, let's start with you.
3-1 FlyQuest was my prediction. I swear these graphics were made by our graphics team before that game happened, okay?
I can
Great.
confirm.
So yeah, I'm very happy after the first game, but I will say it was closer than I thought it would. But we also saw some different picks, which I'm sure we'll get into.
All right. Crumbs,
Here you go. Very different.
Oh my.
I'm going with Golden Guardians, and I am very happy with that first game too, because it was very close. I liked the draft. The one thing that really stood out to me was the fact that PoE was giving too much rain. LeBlanc is a champion that you want to have a CC when she distorts in, and nothing on the Golden Guardians lineup had an answer to that. So I think that a slight adaptation in the draft should give them a very good shot, because they had some initiative in some team fights. They had a scaling element. It's just that PoE got ahead of them.
Well, split predictions from my analysts here, but both of you have a close series kind of laid out in front of us. Let's talk Power of Evil, though, in this game. We saw the 56k damage put out by his LeBlanc, but even without the damage numbers, just taking a look at the way he kind of picked apart the enemy team and spread the map, we expect this guy to be a top performer. He's 3rd All-Pro LCS already, but let's talk about what he'll need to do today in order to get them through this best of 5 and on to the next round.
LeBlanc itself was something we haven't seen that much out of PoE. We usually think of him as like the team fight guy, and having this champion, we've seen him on it before, and sometimes he's struggled in the mid to late game to really make things happen. Not the case this game, somewhat to Crumbs' point about not needing to be scared of anything when he distorts in, but still really picked his windows super well. That's, as far as I can remember, the highest damage I've seen out of LeBlanc. She can poke with like the distort QR in, so it's not like she can't get damage in outside assassination attempts, but even then, that's just an insane performance.
They helped him get to that point too, because Centauran, while he didn't find a lot of kills early, his routes were around mid lane, trying to find angles on Corki, just annoying Golden Glue more than anything, making him play far back, which freed up PoE to get to that monstrous, I think it was 14 Magi stacks at one point, which is just
a lot. 22 by the end of the game or something, yeah.
Yeah, Power of Evil had the highest damage per minute coming into this game. I have to imagine coming out of it, he still very much holds that record, if anything, extended it with that performance. And now we kind of have to turn our attention towards Game 2 and how Golden Guardians might be able to pull their way back into this one. They, with side selection, have elected to go to blue side. I'll remind everyone that in the new playoff format, the loser of the previous game gets side selection. That's why Golden Guardians gets it here this time around. What kind of adjustments, Crumbs, I'll come to you first on this one, since you're the one who predicted Golden Guardians in the victory, and you said you liked that first game. What minor adjustments do you want to see on the other side of the rift here for Golden Guardians to turn this one in their favor?
The first one is banning the LeBlanc, or having an answer to the LeBlanc that is not Corki. And the second one, which is having an answer that's not Corki, is more for enabling Golden Glue. I didn't like the Corki pick. Corki relies too much on your team to have the initiation. It looked like Golden Guardians was not on the same page. They tried some really good engages, but they didn't quite have it down. So I want to see if Golden Glue can get his hands on the Zoe, or even maybe on the pick like Victor or Iana, just something that allows him to start the fight and not just sit back and wait for his team to figure it out.
I thought the performance out of Golden Guardians was pretty good. The draft, I actually really liked from them. I agree somewhat on the LeBlanc point about having a little bit easier way of shutting her down if she gets rolling. But I think when I look at how their performance was in game, I'm looking at that Rift Herald usage, which wasn't optimal. They could have had that turret in the top lane, or at least a couple more plates. I'm looking at their bot lane with Taric Callista not really having pressure and able to get anything done with it. Their solo lanes were very weak in the early game between the Corki and the Ornn, and it was a clear play around bot lane strategy, and they could not get anything going down there. So I want to see their bot lane step up a little bit more, and Closer be able to find some stuff in the early game. He still had some fantastic engages in team fights, but if you do pick a pressure point on the map, I need to see them actually play around it.
I was about to say, from a team play perspective, it almost felt like at times Golden Guardians was playing that game cleaner with some of their engages, on the back foot, coming out ahead in a number of team fights. But it was the control over the global objectives, those Drakes, and Santorin coming up big with a couple of smites. That third Drake was contested by both teams. Santorin got it. He also contested the Elder Drake and was able to snag that the first time around. And so when you start to think back through this game and the different moments that the result hinged on, again, it speaks to already, I think, the closeness of these two teams, perhaps being the closest series we'll have yet here in the postseason.
It absolutely, and it speaks to because it's so close. FlyQuest's draft is telling me the priorities that they want in their players. And the fact that Santorin went for the Rek'Sai to me tells me that he doesn't want to be the Jarvan that's just finding the engages for the team. He needs to be a threat in his own right. And that's what we saw. Whether he wasn't able to find those early ganks, it didn't matter. Because later in the team fights, he could find the carry and just take him out of the team fight single-handedly, whereas Closer is reliant so much on Golden Glue, on FBI to deal damage, or even the Ornn to set up some ultimates. We had some fights where Ornn was missing ultimates. If that's happening, you cannot be playing Corki. Just drop the Corki, play something that sets yourself up if your team's not getting it right.
Yeah, we know the Zoe has been a favorite pick of Golden Glue. We'll see if they manage to get that one in priority when it comes through in the draft phase. One other big piece of info that we actually didn't have much opportunity to talk about is the fact that today FlyQuest went with Solo as the starter in the top lane over Viper. You'll remember that the first two games of their previous series, Viper did start. They took some losses, and then the series went 3-1 against them. This time around, straight out the gate, Solo's in the lineup, and they snag an initial victory. How do we feel about the way that Solo looked individually in this first game?
I thought he looked great. His scoreline wasn't super impressive. He wasn't completely error-free, but he got a CS lead and had pressure up in the top lane that eventually they were able to gank and get a kill with PoE. And then he played team fights pretty well. That was a really hard game to team fight against when you have a Taric, and he would kind of go in with Ignar, and they would get the Taric ultimate down. Ignar can get out of there because he's Rakan, and then a lot of times Solo was kind of left in the middle of the team. He would kind of die for it, but then he would usually do enough work so that when the Taric ultimate ended, you could have Turtle flashing in, who actually had a great game as well, with PoE to get the cleanup kills.
There were times...
Well, the series...
go ahead. There were times where Golden Guardians were trying to engage on Solo, and he is actually able to disengage pretty cleanly from one of those that bought enough time for the team to secure the dragon that set him up for that fourth soul. So just being able to dissipate the engage that the Golden Guardians comp had is, I think, a big point of strength for a top laner. Because if you just die, you lose the objective, nothing's done. But buying time for your team bodes well for him staying in the series.
Well, FlyQuest was able to snag Game 1. Golden Guardians is looking to snap back in Game 2. But either way, this series is looking to be a close one as we ramp through the day. We're going to head to a quick commercial break. On the other side, the casters will be there to pick it up and get you straight into Game 2 of Golden Guardians versus FlyQuest. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, I'm married. Doesn't matter. You do that for me? Really? Yeah, I'd like that.
Who are you talking to?
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning? Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Hey, do they ever ask you what you're wearing?
Yeah.
Red sweater, button-down shirt. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the show. It is LCS playoff season and we've already had one game of the best of 5 and it's been an incredibly close series. Though FlyQuest took game 1, Golden Guardians made him work for it. Of course, meanwhile, we've got Champs Select coming up very, very soon.
I really like how FlyQuest focusing on these objectives, coming up big with the smites.
All right, well, of course, Champion Select is coming in very, very soon here for this one. We are going to have a small delay after Champ Select itself. There is a pause in the game as we have to remake for some picking the wrong summoner spell. But otherwise, yeah, we had Golden Guardians play a very team fight heavy composition. They keyed really heavily off of Jarvan Jungle. That was, played well in team fights, but ultimately Power of Evil just took over the game on LeBlanc. I went and looked at the year-long top 4 league worldwide LeBlanc damage per minute average. So the average professional LeBlanc deals 511 damage per minute across over 100 games. Power of Evil did over 2.5 times that at 1,362. We saw the stat before, but I want to contextualize it as he did 2.5 times the professional average. Absolutely massive hard carry performance.
And Freak, that was when they were on blue side. Now FlyQuest have guaranteed counter pick for mid lane if they want to hold their LeBlanc or mid lane mage picks till later in the draft. And LeBlanc, Golden Guardians have had enough of that, my friend. Banned out right away in round 1.
Yep, I agree. It's a pretty smart ban, and I want to see what gets first picked here. Aphelios, of course, instantly off the table. FlyQuest do not want to deal with that one. Senna continues to be a ban here as well. Set holds respect, and Golden Guardians have continued their trend of just banning away Syndra, and then this time around, everything they were afraid of in game 1, they have let up to get the Rakan and the LeBlanc off the table, and they say, okay, well, with Aphelios and Rakan ban semi-blocking Xayah, Varus is the best bot laner.
Yeah, and they continue their focus on this bottom lane, using their early draft picks to get a strong bottom lane for themselves. Do really like Varus right now. Really strong lane. Transitions quite well with the CC that he brings on top of it.
All right, and they're going to wait on their support pickup right now. We don't really expect to see something like Varus Tarek, but FlyQuest do really, really like the Aatrox in for solo. He was pretty lane dominant in the previous game, had push pressure, and honestly some pretty good team fighting overall. Didn't find any solo kills, didn't really see a lot of roaming up to that side of the map, but end of the day, it's not like we really saw that much come out of Haunter's Ornn, so not really sad about the pick. We're going to see if there is a chance to sneak in a jungle or a mid lane counter pick, as Golden Guardians have instantly locked in Zoe for Golden Glue.
Yeah, the Zoe that took them 3-0 in week 9 to get them here into playoffs, defying all odds. It was definitely the champion that Golden Glue has shown brightest on in Spring Split. So I do agree with the early pick here to try and get that in round 1. Zoe is a champion like no other. Not only picking up summoner spells, but the long range that you have effectiveness with and looking for these bubbles over the walls to find picks in the mid game can lend right to what Golden Guardians want to do. They've got Varus bottom lane. Even if FBI doesn't go lethality full poke, still is going to be able to synergize quite well with the Zoe. But on FlyQuest side, we saw in the last game what type of game Turtle wants to play now. Very offensive, using his flash forward, his Xayah ultimate forward on top of it. Now he's on Kalista, and he's got Igmar's Blitzcrank.
That's gonna be fun. I was curious if FlyQuest were gonna grab the mid lane counter pick before it was too late, if they wanted to grab a priority jungler and then, ban a bunch of stuff away, or if they wanted support for themselves. They said, actually, we're against Varus Tahm Kench. Let's grab the Blitzcrank. Let's yoink the Tahm Kench in when he devours a teammate to safety. It's a 2-for-1 deal. Will kill them both. Not to mention, if you really want to go swag, you can Kalista pull the Blitz right as he hooks and get double distance. It's always a chance. If it happens, it's going to be exciting.
All right,
now we get into the second round of bans.
Here,
FlyQuest, yeah. FlyQuest getting rid of top laners. They've already got Aatrox for themselves. They're going to get rid of the Ornn, and they are going to start prioritizing some junglers here. Now, FlyQuest get first pick of jungle choice. We get the Gragas and the Elise banned away. They're going to ban the Olaf themselves, and it's their turn to grab a jungler, and Pantheon instantly locked.
That's a jungler and a half. That one's going to give you that. The Aegis Assault doing so much. You can negate those tower shots after trying to get a lot of extra pressure. And when you've got a Blitzcrank Kalista lane, play off that top lane, there are just so many options here for Santorin to shine through and show that he is one of these top junglers, and he's been putting in the work.
Okay, so Lee Sin comes across the Pantheon. We had the Smite fights go Santorin's way. They farmed and ganked relatively equally in the first game. These were, I mean, incredibly highly prized junglers. They were both incredibly powerful throughout the regular season. And Lee Sin for closer. Number 2 all-pro jungler this split. Huge showing in his first split in North America. Big primary carry of Golden Guardians. They still put Hanser on tank duty as well. The Maokai comes in afterwards, and Power of Evil grabs a Kassadin.
Yeah, we were talking about the counter pick freak. A red side for FlyQuest in this game. They wait to see the Zoe and then locks in the Kassadin. This is a champion that you really have to use as a red side pick. Have to use as a counter pick, because otherwise you're just going to get some attack damage harassment lane that is going to look for kills over and over on you. But with a Zoe Lee Sin showing, Power of Evil very confident in this Kassadin, as am I. And this is another champion that can 1v9. We saw it already in the last game. Power of Evil doing almost half of his team's damage, 47 point something percent to be... it's just ridiculous. With Kassadin, you're looking to scale up a little bit later in the game. Doesn't go offensive quite as early as LeBlanc, who can... Though this time in the FlyQuest super carry Power of Evil.
And the thing is, like, the early game wasn't initially about Power of Evil. It was about Wild Turtle and Ignar more or less winning the 2-on-2 heads up, giving them the control to go for the early Drake. It was Solo unassisted, winning the 1-on-1 top lane with the priority pick on the Aatrox. And then, yeah, PoE basically farmed equally against Golden Glue. Then we got in a mid game and PoE took over the game. If Golden Glue does not find a way to punish the Kassadin, and if Closer cannot find a way to punish Power Evil's Kassadin, then it's going to be, I think Golden Guardian's going to be hard pressed to find a way about this. We've already seen today that PoE can take a mobile semi-assassin, or maybe just pure assassin, and just take over the game with mobility and target selection. Alrighty, so on to Summoner's Rift. Shortly, we're going to go as we wait for enough buffer to build up for competitive integrity, since, again, in real time, there was a remake on the game. But I'm definitely excited to see who can come out ahead onto this one. I think Maokai is definitely an underrated tank. Clearly, the pro teams have it a tier below the Ornn. That was what Hanser played in the first game. It's what FlyQuest banned into this one. But ultimately, Maokai should be, I think, a very strong pick. I think he has a very, very reliable engage. He's really, really tanky. You don't get the item upgrades, of course, but I think he's very strong. I think it will look good overall in this game. I want to see if there can be some mid pressure, though. I really want to see if Closer can get into that mid lane, can land a couple of ganks, because Kassadin, before level 6, does not have good mobility and is a gank magnet, and I want to see those ganks actually land.
Completely agree. Before the Kassadin gets level 6 and has access to the extra dash from Rift Walk, Lee Sin is very good at attacking this champion. Has pretty good attack damage early on, and Kassadin's got very low armor. So if Zoe can land a bubble ever or try and help set up something, then they can attack the Kassadin. But if Power of Evil plays it intelligently, and also Santorin on Pantheon covers mid, then that can get very dicey, because if you overextend, Pantheon is very good at turning those around.
Yeah, definitely going to be watching the jungle matchup a lot. We had the first game start with a well-timed invade by Golden Guardians down to that bottom side of the map. They forced Santorin off his red. They forced him to go to Krugs. End of the day, the two junglers just traded camps back and forth, and neither got any great ganks off until maybe 13 minutes or so in, when we had that first blood top side. That kind of started the ball rolling for PoE, where they killed off Hanser. But honestly, it was then about teamfight prowess, where Closer found good knockups, and he found good ultis to lock people in, and Santorin found good smites. These time around, these champions are very different. They are incredibly early game focused, incredibly pressure focused. The one caveat being that Santorin on this Pantheon should look really good in the mid game, looking for side lane pressure. If someone tries to match Power of Evil in a side lane, Pantheon comes flying over the top. That is a kill every time.
All right, let's get onto the Rift then. They are ready, and this is going to be an action-packed early game as well. Everybody eyeballs on the Blitzcrank. I want to see if there's a level 1 from FlyQuest, some sort of delayed invade. I do see a sweeper on Ignar. That is a key component when you do have plans to go for these early invades, because very often teams, when they see an opponent Blitzcrank, will leave a lot of defensive wards early on, and they will expect those moves.
Ignar, I think, tried to bait out some crowd control. He tried to like turn the corner and show himself. Like, hey, I mean, okay, nothing. Okay, cool, we're good. But yeah, a giant stack by Golden Guardians. All four of the five sitting in the brush, as they just simply walk right back out. FBI completes his recall, comes back to the map, and looks to go towards that bottom side. No invade ends up happening, at least not early on. PoE with a quick trinket ward will spot any jungle exits. If Closer goes, let's say, red buff to invade, it's gonna be spotted. Ultimately, we don't have the early invade by FlyQuest. A little bit pensive over what Golden Guardians might do, and don't choose to risk it. Closer is going to end up getting leashed up at the top side of the map. It's going to be Hanser giving him that easy one up there. Solo going to do a similar thing, leashing for Santorin. We'll say Aatrox tends to do more damage early on, so it'll be a faster first camp for Santorin than it will be for Closer's Lee Sin.
All right, top side starts for both of them then. We kind of do expect early action down bottom, so we might as well talk about that lane. Do like Blitzcranks into Tahm Kench for the obvious reason that it's pretty easy to hook in the Tahm Kench, even if they do go, whoa, early level.
I like this fight a lot, though. They have the minion lead. The extra 3 cast minions add about 10 DPS over the top, so they take that first trade with Guardian. But here comes the first gank already. Heal for movement speed. And it's going to be Hui trying to block the shot, but FBI, can he get away? Tries to run, but Rend was already up, and they pull in Hui as well. That's going to be the Rend to just 5 HP, but what a great start. FlyQuest already with first blood.
Yeah, they're not liking that aggressive push quite so much anymore, because jungle difference. Pantheon, Santorin, we had a highlight on him looking for early plays. He goes straight from top side red buff all the way beeline down to the bottom side, where we are looking for some bottom lane action, and FlyQuest do not disappoint. They've got a Kalista Blitzcrank lane and a Pantheon jungle. This spells early aggression. Santorin waits for Hui and FBI to feel more comfortable. After the tongue lash is used, he can just flash right in. They go straight for Varus. They know that there's no possible Devour or any other spells, because it's a level 1 Tahm Kench. You just saw him use the tongue lash, so they get the second flash out on top of it. And this is setting up a big lead here for Wild Turtle and Ignar with the Kalista Blitzcrank. No summoner spells for anybody on the bottom half of the map, so that means junglers will be around.
Well, Lisa not going to land the Q. We, of course, have mid lane pressure for Golden Glue Zoe. This should be expected at this level of play, that Cassidy will lose the lane early on. It means that because the Zoe can roam, they get bottom river control, they get scuttle control, and it's at least a little something on the board for Golden Guardians. But this is going to be a rough one to come through. PoE is honestly farming nearly equal. You can see 20 to 24 in CS. That's completely fine for Cassidy. Obviously, First Blood bot lane looks great, and it's very early, looking like we're poised at another FlyQuest lead.
And this time around, they're the ones with the bottom lane control and with the Kalista. So you would think plan for FlyQuest should be kind of similar to last game, where start stacking these dragons, head towards one of the early dragon souls. The only caveat here is this thing that you were just going over. The mid lane matchup is so different when Kassadin really does need more time to scale. Golden Glue here on the Zoe should be able to help out with keeping a lot of vision in this area of the map. And it's really only the early kill and the possibility of Blitzcrank Kalista playmaking that kind of sets that up.
We'll see the playmaking keep happening as they are just watching each other dry the paint and clear the waves up on the top side. Again, we're expecting Solo to win this match.
Taking turns blowing on the paint, trying it.
I mean, realistically, right? It's Aatrox versus a tank. No one should be dying here. Hanser is running out of mana. He will have to burn his teleport the next level or two, probably to be able to lane well at all. You're seeing Solo start to really pressure in as Hanser's running out of mana to all in with. Solo doesn't have that constraint. He's doing, better and better as time goes on. And we're going to have Closer actually try for a play. I'm not sure this one's going to work. They're going to go for the root. They're going to get the knockback. They get one turret shot. And, of course, Solo pops the ult and flashes. And it's a nice gank. There's no follow-through.
Really like that setup from Hanser. That's some experienced Maokai play right there. Able to get ult and flash out of Solo with his jungler coming. And that set up. So definitely value play right there. Closer didn't have to spend much time. He had done an efficient clear on top of it. And he can even get back here still ahead of Santorin as Santorin's got his hands in the Raptor Jar. Able to smite those away.
With Ignar roaming up as well, Golden Glue could well be a target. No flash on Blitz, but they jump in for the slow and it forces Golden Glue to flash. Now they find the Drowsy. They get a bit of damage in. They're going to go in on Ignar. The stun right over the top, but they've got the squad to chase it down. Ignite picks up one and Tom Kench is still around. They might have to save him. Just barely gets around. Gets to walk away. Gets the shield. Santorin is low, but they can't get the rest of the damage across. A nice counter gank for Golden Guardians. Right back on the board.
Closer is so freaking good. This guy just puts out so much pressure. He jumps immediately right back in on this. Let's take a look. Ignar comes up. Golden Glue does have to flash the hook, but he lands the bubble in trade for it. Then, even when Power of Evil blocks the Paddle Star from Zoe, Closer hits the Q right after. He goes in, flashes for the kill. They get the counter kill you're talking about, and Golden Guardians have some gold to work with.
A little bit of mana for Power of Evil as he grabbed the first Ruby Crystal to probably build towards Rod of Ages and survive some all-ins a bit more, but neither champion has a great source of mana right now. It's the blue buff respawn that's really going to affect mid-control here. They're very mana-hungry champions for their wave clear. Golden Guardians with Closer right now going to go for top scuttle. We know that blue is alive. He's going to claim that one, get rid of the ward, and once one of these mid laners gets blue buff, that wave clear is going to be quite a bit better. And now, as they go for that one, Golden Glue has to clear this wave, and then he has to run over. He's got to grab himself that extra mana regen. Power of Evil right now, though, getting to shove. As we mentioned, Golden Glue kind of out of mana, can't really fight for the wave. And he's going to be able to fight for some of these casters. As Closer just kind of walks it into the brush and says, don't worry, I'll sit here and wait for you. Drop one CS, it's okay. Please, I need to get back on the map. Please take this blue buff. And he does so.
That blue. I actually didn't even see at the very beginning the Doran's Blade start from him. Just
I like it.
The Doran's Blade start with Zoe. You always go with your passive, yeah. And he did actually get quite a lot of value out of it.
All right, repeat gank top side. They're going to find the root where they find the kick. Couple of Qs land, but they can't get him away from his turret just yet, except maybe when the Q can land again. But he's back in the minion line. Closer could never find the kick back to push him away from safety. So Solo able to walk away and just make it back in time. Only has to burn the ulti, and that's a pull right into the front line. Who he'll save, but here comes Pantheon. They're going to try to run. He flashes for the stun. He's got so much damage here, and Santorin is once again on the board. Power of Evil here as well for the dive. 4v1. I'm not sure who can live. He's going to be slowed down. They're going to try for the chase. Ignar takes a couple of turret shots. Do they have the res P? We cannot possibly get a second slow, and he walks away.
Again, this is a problem that we haven't had him camera over in a while is still there. Just if you ignore the problem, it's not going to go away. Wild Turtle and Ignar still massive lead down there. They are going to play off the bottom side. overloaded bottom FlyQuest champions down there, Pantheon all used. They know that they will be able to get the trade objective. They pick up the Rift Herald, which they can cash in for some turret plays of their own in a little bit.
Okay, so 1,300 gold lead to FlyQuest, plus the Mountain Drake. I feel like I've seen part of this before, where FlyQuest are winning the bot lane off of the skill of Wild Turtle and Ignar, and it turns into Drake control, and that turns into more Drake control, and that turns into insurmountable late game. The difference here is that FlyQuest were overall winning in gold because of the other plays they've been making, to be fair, most around bot lane, but getting those kills picked up. The top Herald can go to Golden Guardians, and just maybe that gets a little bit better up on the top side as they can cash in for some plates off that Herald. We'll see. Last game, it didn't go well for Closer. On Lee Sin, though, you don't want to hold on to the Herald for too long because it locks out your trinket slot and you can't ward hop. So probably seeing an earlier Herald summon than last game. Okay, so we're 10.5 minutes into this game, and you've got a 1,200 gold lead to FlyQuest, and it's going to feel pretty comfortable for them. Wild Turtle, very close to the Blade of the Ruin King power spike, needs a couple of mini-waves worth of farm, and he can make that one happen. Berserker's Greed is going to be a huge power spike there as well, and poor FBI, down a kill, down an assist, down a couple of turret plates, down 20 CS. He's going to be nowhere near the items his opponent has. He's going to play that so defensively. Nice flash, nice Q, nice knockup. And Golden Glue has his own flash. Jumps back in. Santorin going to catch him out. And there's just simply no way out of this one. FlyQuest in absolute control. Finally, we get an aggressive Rift Herald summon for the first time in the series for Golden Guardians. It will only mean a few hundred gold. FBI hits the turret once to guarantee he gets those 2 plates, but that is all they achieve. A simple 320 gold for all their efforts as FlyQuest are completely taking over this game. Nothing to stop them. They're winning in every single lane in realistic terms. They're winning across the map in every possible way that you could conceive of. It's going to be a really tough comeback here for Golden Guardians. Their carries don't have items. The lanes they were supposed to win aren't winning anymore. And FlyQuest are looking great in this mid game. Mid lane turret even loses an extra plate. Well, it's going to be like last week. Got a bit of a solo cast. We are getting a co-caster ready. Don't you worry. We're going to get that set up before too long. And when it comes through, we'll hear beautiful other voices, and it won't just me with the soliloquy up here as we watch the mid lane. And again, Ignar is already across the map. He's already got Mobies. He's ready to keep moving. If Golden Glue plays up, and you can see like PoE, right? He's clearing the way right in front. He's trying to get Golden Glue to fight him, trying to get him to walk up. It's not going to happen. Ignar cannot find that opening, cannot find the gank, but he's still waiting around. He's got a control ward just below him. He knows if Closer shows up. And Closer right now on the chickens. I don't believe that control could ever see the edge of that camp. So for now, it's going to be a bit of darkness there for the jungler, but Ignar knows he is safe. Now he sees who he is coming down. They see each other. And now he goes for the play yet again. Golden Glue does have flash, burns it early, finds the sleep, looks for the play. Can they kill Ignar? No, of course they can't. Wild Turtle is already here. Who he ults in, and it means absolutely nothing. 2,000 gold lead to FlyQuest, and they have continued to absolutely impress in this series. Right now, you've got Rod of Ages done for Power of Evil, right? Delays the tier. He chooses a more defensive build option. Finish the Roa, get the health, make sure I'm stacked up, and make sure I've got a Pantheon for the stun. Right away into Golden Glue. Jumps right back in, gets killed. Now the health bar is low. They find the Q, they get the shield. PoE forced jump away, had to burn the flash because the cooldown was there, but Solo has rejoined the fight. Look for Hui, rooted in place, still on the chase. He's fast, he flashes. Hui flashed the way as well. Gets the read that Solo was going to chase that way. Smart play out of the Frenchman, and he is going to survive out of that one. Just barely they get away with the 1-for-1, trading jungler for mid, but FlyQuest still feel comfortable. Into the mid lane yet again, they only push the wave. Golden Guardians can defend it. Solo might feel heroic though. Closer walks away from the camp. Solo's inside of this one, and it leashes though. It's back to full HP. He can't take that camp down. Pops the blast plant, sees, okay, Lee Sin's gone away. I'll push in top, no problem at all. Alrighty, so once again, checking out the game state as FBI is able to clear away the bottom wave, but realistically, it is so hard to do anything in a bottom lane when you've got an aggressive member. Anytime you're down this far, normally super aggressive dives where you just run at them full tilt doesn't stop it. You get stopped by the fact that a turret exists or a mini wave exists because the difference in power level is not so high. You could just dive whenever you want. It's when you're a full item behind, that's when you can just ignore the fact that minions and sometimes even turrets exist, and suddenly you have to give up way more than you would otherwise. This is why a lot of times when someone's at half HP, they have to just full recall. Even if the fight would be bad, they would lose it long term because of the fact that they'd run out before their opponent would. Solo pushing down Hanser. You can see Hanser Q's backwards, gets a knockup, and has to run away yet again. Realistically, yeah, not a lot he can do about this matchup. Solo is ahead by 30 CS. Black Cleaver is done. Yeah, Sunfire's coming in soon. That'll be nice. It'll be a power spike, but you never really win that one-on-one as Hanser. He's going to be in the back foot the entire way, and then he's going to have to try to find an engage later on in a team fight. It's going to be a tough one, but he's going to do his best. Here we go. Once again, the bottom side, right? They can do their best to clear the wave, but Wild Turtle gets to pretty much push with impunity. Now, the Kalista is one of the more unsafe AD carries, right? Has to attack at 550 range, doesn't have good innate escape tools. The thankful thing, though, is really only Lee Sin super threatens that. And oh, what a pull! Ignar, that was amazing! Sets up another kill. They get the Drake yet again. FlyQuest doing everything right continually. 2,300 gold lead. Second Drake picked up without issue. Ocean Rift going to be the case here. So Ocean Soul going to be in about 10 minutes for them. And Golden Guardians, I mean, their engage tools are so poor. They don't have the Jarvan from last game. They don't have Kalista Terran from last game. They've got a Maokai. That is not a great engage starter. They've got a Lee Sin. Not a great engage starter. If you have map control, yeah, maybe you find the flank play. Maybe you find something else there. But this is the kind of comp that, I mean, FBI can flash ult and then die to Blitzcrank, but there's not a lot of good ways in here for Golden Guard. It's going to be very hard for them to find the fight they found last game. Alrighty, looks like we are ready to go. Azael is here to join me. Welcome to the game.
What's up, man? Good solo cast. Sure you don't want me to just chill out and keep listening? Hello, freak. Got me now?
Yes, I do. Hello.
Awesome. I don't know, man. You were doing great with the solo cast. You sure you don't want me to just keep listening? You can just keep on trucking?
No. I appreciate you being here. You're my one and best friend.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Earlier you said I was a 7.5 out of 10 as far as friends go, so I feel like I've been upgraded now to best friend status. That's got to be over 7.5.
Yeah. You know, it is. Actually, the scale is out of 7.5 now. I just lowered my standards.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right, well, we are into the game. FlyQuest obviously looking really good thus far. I'm pretty concerned for Golden Guardians. They do have a very strong team comp. They do have a lot of comfort picks here, but the fact that Cassidy hasn't been able to be kept down whatsoever. I mean, Cassidy is approaching 10 CS per minute. Is out into the side lane, level 12. Looking really, really frightening. And obviously, Kalista Blitz have been getting a lot of work done alongside Santorin. So, feels like you can pretty kind of safely give up some of this stuff around Rift Herald.
Ooh, a fight in the top side. Solo 1v2, but just lands the knockups and skirts backwards. A snipe not going to be enough to kill him. Solo actually can 1v2 the top side. Not win, to be fair, but survive the chain of ultimates. Mid is under fire. Wild Turtle nearly knocks down that turret himself.
Yeah, mid almost gets knocked down. Kassadin is pushing bot in the meanwhile. Has been getting all this solo experience, working away on that tower. And when you have Kassadin out in that side lane, getting to such a strong position, and you have the ability to reinforce that Kassadin with the Pantheon ultimate, you are looking really, really good to be dominating those side lanes. And even when it comes to team fight, it's pretty much up to the Maokai to try to lock down that Kassadin, because when Kassadin hits level 16, you get that ultimate on such a low cooldown, your team fighting becomes incredibly powerful, and the other team becomes incredibly reliant on having CC to actually deal with that. So it'll be interesting to see if Power of Evil goes Merc Treads to kind of help alongside of that. I'm not sure if he's actually gone Legend Tenacity here, as he obviously is playing with Fleet Footwork, so he could be playing with that rune too, to try to help out with a little bit of CC. But most of it is stuff that he can actually dodge. He can dodge the sleeps, he can dodge arrows and the ultimate for Varus and things like that. So Maokai is really going to have to try to peel this cast in if it does come to 5v5.
You look at the rune page right now, it is Legend Tenacity
sense,
coming
yeah.
in for the Kassadin, so yeah, makes total sense. Of course, I wouldn't. The only thing you'd realistically take is maybe the attack speed, and honestly, I wouldn't really go for it in any reasonable case here. So yeah, already comes the Tenacity. Seraph's just stacking now. I actually do. I mentioned this a little bit. I really like Power People's build choice, where he rushes the Rod of Ages and says, "Look, I'll stack Seraph's later. Don't worry about it. I'll get that infinite mana later on, and for now, I just wanted the health to make sure I survive any one-on-one encounters, and that was actually pretty good for him.
Yeah, I mean, having the catalyst for lane makes it a lot easier, right? You know, you are most vulnerable in those early lane phases, and when you do go fleet and you take Taste for Blood plus Ravenous, you can kind of use the Q shield also to give you the Taste for Blood procs while absorbing some of that Zoe damage and just try to sustain through it, and that's obviously what you're looking to do. Plus, one of the changes that they made quite a while ago now was adding the 1 mana cost to your W, which allows you to stack your tier up much more quickly, much more easily, without actually having to utilize your E and whatnot, which you generally want to kind of hold the cooldown on because it has to be stacked up. So Kassadin in a pretty good spot. I generally feel like when you get to 3 items, that's when you really turn on. So I'm going to be pretty interested to see if Kassadin does go for the more aggressive build of a Lich Bane next, since he is spending so much time in the side lanes, or if he wants to get ready for team fights and pick up something like a Zhonya's to be ready to go.
Well, Golden Guardians did manage to get both Rift Heralds here, and they're looking to push down on the mid lane as well. The charge itself won't quite kill the turret, but the auto attacks afterwards most certainly will, as there's not a lot of defense. And Nice Hook actually pulls Shelly off the range and actually sets the weak point. I like that a lot. It turns around to fight the turret, and boop, just Callista kills.
Just poked in the butt with a spear right there. Poor Shelly got beat up. You would think that would be hard to hook. You know, Shelly looks like a pretty big void creature.
Yeah, but Blitzcrank is a strong robot, and now Golden Guardians, for the first time all series, will claim a Drake.
Santorin
right in the wings, in the middle of the entire enemy team. Killed one for 0. Who he pops a stopwatch, and maybe there's the re-engage. But Callista just turns it right back around, says, "You cannot take my Blitz. My robot is safe."
Yeah, I mean, I understand the idea there from Santorin, but he just went way too early. Like, not even a little bit too early. That was so before the rest of his team was actually ready. I mean, Solo was basically in mid lane still. Power of Evil was nowhere near him, and he did this solo flank as, a pure damage Pantheon. I get that you can utilize the Empowered E to actually block a lot of that damage, but he would have had to play that way more patiently if they wanted to try to punish Golden Guardians on the way out. And now Santorin will have respawn, so it will just be that dragon going over and the kill. Not that big of a deal, but still something FlyQuest would have loved to continue stacking, to work their way towards Ocean Soul, which we all know is kind of that most highly prized of the Dragon Soul buffs, especially when you are playing with Aatrox and you have that ultimate to amp the healing even further. That is a champion soul combo that people really talk about as being one of the strongest in the game.
Yeah, definitely very, very strong. You're going to hope that Hauntzer's Grievous Wounds for his Bramble Vest can cut that at least a little bit, cut that regen down. But yeah, if you can't kill them fast, they're going to have a whole lot of health in those team fights. Closer are going to knock down this ward. Ignar knows he's there, and they don't necessarily know Ignar's around, but there's not any good hook targets. The chickens are in the way. Red buff steal coming through. The rest of Golden Guardians at least nearby. Not sure we're going to find any kills on this one. Maybe just the farm. The ward's gone, but as this chicken dies, is it hook? Nope.
Yeah, I mean,
there's a chance you go for it, right? You walk up as it drops and maybe you catch him, but
you can definitely try.
No big deal.
But I also think FlyQuest are really comfortable with the position in this game because there's, the longer the game goes, getting Kassadin at 16 is one of the biggest power spikes, honestly, in the game. When you max out on CDR, when you have Kassadin at 16, the Riftwalk cooldown is just so ridiculously low, and you really become almost like a completely different champion. And they're also being able to extend their gold lead through this Aatrox also. The Aatrox is in a good spot here too, up a good 40 CS over the Maokai, and once you hit Death Dance, you do start to getting to this point where you really can shrug off most of the damage. Even if Maokai is hitting you, you can just hit the minions and heal up off that to avoid the Bramble Vest debuff there. So, FlyQuest, I think, pretty happy to play at side lanes, but it does look like Power of Evil wants to get ready for team fights at 16, so it won't be necessarily a hard commit to the split push, going with the Merc Treads, picking up that stopwatch, so he will be working towards the Zhonya's, and that really is more of the battle Kassadin style. When you do have that Archangel stacked up for the shield, and you do have that Zhonya's, it allows you to dive forward, utilize the Archangels to get that first round of spells out, go into the Zhonya's, and then you can pop back out as those cooldowns are coming back up to look for, a lot of kind of disruption in the back lines, but also, of course, a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, he's just really scary overall. One of the nice things about Catherine is that he's not just a pure AP scaler. You've got good base damages overall, and a lot of the abilities scale off of your mana pool. So just going Rod of Ages into Archangel's Staff, you've actually got really good base damage on just the Rift Walk. And yeah, being alive, so you can Rift Walk once, twice, 3 times more. That's more damage than a Lich Bane's going to provide in a lot of cases. So yeah, a lot of logic to this build. Should be pretty valuable. Gotta say though, 4,500 gold lead with +1 Drake and +1 turret already 24 minutes in. I mean, this is so FlyQuest's favorite, and we've been talking at length about how good Cassidy is as well. I mean, so far, Power of Evil, though he's not necessarily hard carrying right now, he's at the same time kind of the win condition here. In a certain way, and it's going to be so hard for Golden Guardians to stop.
And when you take in consideration his position in the game, the gold lead becomes that much more frightening, because Kassadin would be, happy to generally be only a little bit behind a Zoe, at this stage in the game. When you are outpacing the Zoe, when you're up in farm, up in experience, up in, gold, this is such a big deal for that Kassadin. And obviously, closing in now, his 15. Aatrox still pushing side lanes, and I think FlyQuest will just continue to do this. Just look to play 1-3-1, look to wait for level 16, utilize Ignar, Santorin, and Wild Turtle as this kind of 3-man squad to get vision, because it's pretty safe for Ignar to be checking aggressively forward as long as Turtle is in range for that Kalista ultimate to pull him out. Even if he face checks someone, you're always going to kind of have that safety net. And there is the possibility, of course, of them finding a beneficial play as Closer's going to go in.
He tries, but the knockup was there for Ignar. Beautifully played by the Blitzcrank. Now a re-engage for Solo and Santorin, who he thankfully very, very tanky. But to be fair, the health bars got low. Golden Guardians landed a lot of damage there. They get some Honey Fruit for Closer. They've got a bit of map control. Their health bars are better. And
nice hook.
Drake spawning that hook. That's going to force a flash out from Huhi. But it still feels comfortable. It still feels okay. They've got some Zaplings down. Yeah, there's vision for FlyQuest, but it still feels comfortable.
Oh, they're ulting in.
It even got double smite. Pantheon over the top. Double smite comes down. They grab that one, no problem. Here comes the re-engage. They're going to shut down Golden Glue. Yes, he goes down for 1. Now the re-engage. Nice stopwatch burn and Solo. Very tanky the backside. 2 for 0. Flashes out. They're going to try to live, but Power of Evil going to chase down 3 kills. And I will take 3 kills for an Ocean Drake. That seems fine for me. FlyQuest still on the chase. PoE might just have the damage. Forces Closer to flash away from him. He will not be stopped.
It's going to be Baron now for FlyQuest. They lose the Dragon, but they can go straight to it. And Power of Evil picking up some kills, really flexing his muscles. They're still not even 16, but when you have presence of mind, you have the fully stacked Riftwalk, 800 mana, so much damage, and you're just resetting in that team fight. So he forces Closer out with no flash, no chance for him to get in there for a steal, and Power of Evil just going to be scouting it out, making sure no one is even going to come try. But FlyQuest is going to take this Baron, move massively ahead as far as the gold lead goes. And if they weren't already dominating in the side lanes off of that blue buff steal, Power of Evil hits 16. Then now we're going to have Baron buffed up minions in all 3 waves. Potentially here, send out Solo and PoE to the side lanes, have this safe 3-man squad, and that becomes a recipe for success, where you can start to clear out the last couple turrets on the map and really threaten these inhibitors potentially.
All 3 farming lanes for FlyQuest are up in CS, not to mention the kill, and obviously Baron and Drake lead here. They're doing everything better than their opponents right now. FlyQuest is so well poised for a 2-0 lead in this series. This one is, really almost insurmountable. It's going to be such a miracle play for Golden Guardians to win the probably 3 team fights required to win this. They're going to hope PoE face checks his brush. They're going to hope they can lock him down. And as luck would have it, he happens to Rift Walk right as they shoot that ulti. He's right back in. FBI gets chomped up. PoE pops the Zonias, jumps right back out. Teleports now come in as well. Here comes a 5-on-5, and PoE will simply not be stopped. That's 2 kills picked up. Give him the 3rd. Give him the 4th. The health bars are running down. Turtle grabs himself 1. There's the 4 kills picked up. And poor Golden Glue can only sit and watch as his team is already dead. FlyQuest far too far ahead to lose these fights.
Yeah, they are just crushing through. It was honestly a low chance to be able to get that pick on Power of Evil, but they wanted to try to go for something. As luck did have it, though, he was able to get away. And now Power of Evil, he could potentially dive Golden Glue here. Flash hook.
Oh, they're here. They're here. He's going to drop Q, and he is gone. A triple long turn for Power of Evil. A sub 30-minute win. You think it's going to happen. 3 respawns are in. but it's still 3 versus 5. Hanzo's 12 seconds away, technically a Bud Light ace, as they knocked down that last kill before the respawns came in. And now FlyQuest say, you know what, let's be a little bit safe. Let's pull in Tom Kench and Closer. 2-for-1 combo, thank you very much. Ignar pads the KDAs of his teammates, and they're on the Nexus already. Still 5 versus 3. Hanser is tanky, but not tanky enough. Add to the stats, 5-0-7 for the Kassadin. Nexus falls, and FlyQuest have a 2-0 start to this best of 5.
What a dominating game 2. Power People comes out in game 1, absolutely crushing. And then to back that up with game 2, not only did they dominate, not only were they that far ahead, I mean, they slammed this game in 29 minutes, and you had a Kassadin. You could be playing for longer. It's not like they had to win that fast. It's not like they picked Renekton mid and they must win now or you lose, right? This is a level 16 Kassadin that just got to some of the strongest points of the game, and the game is basically already over. So really well played by FlyQuest. The early game plays around bot side, I think, really did get them enough pressure to kind of create this blanket of safety around mid lane for Power of Evil, and he was able to pay that off tenfold once late game came.
Well, absolutely great stuff. FlyQuest off to a soaring start here at a 2-0 lead in the best of 5. So we've got one more break, and then the Dash and the analysts will share their thoughts on how that game shook up and what game 3 might look like. Stick around. We'll see you soon.
I'm Randy Diaz, mayor of Seltzer, Pennsylvania. If you love Bud Light like me, you'll love Bud Light Seltzer. It's a hard seltzer from Bud Light. It comes in 4 flavors and tastes great. Bud Light Seltzer. It's unquestionably good. If you don't love Bud Light, you'll love Bud Light Seltzer. It's not Bud Light, it's hard seltzer. It comes in 4 flavors and tastes great. Bud Light Seltzer. It's unquestionably good. Questions? Call us now.
Hello and welcome back to Golden Guardians versus FlyQuest. FlyQuest pushing the series score to 2-0, gentlemen. Looking to make this a quick one where we thought it could be one of our most competitive series. And Crumbs, I'm going to come to you first on this game because when we were going through Champion Select, we talked about what might work for Golden Guardians. And in particular, we called out things like the Zoe they have found success on in the past. 4 out of these 5 champions here, Crumbs, they feel like comfort Golden Guardians.
They are. It's the Lee Sin for Closer, Golden Glue on Zoe, and even the Varus for FBI that it was such a high priority all end of the regular season. The interesting thing about Golden Guardians is that they failed to realize that these were comfort picks that everybody knew they had. And so FlyQuest actually prepared a lot against this. They had the Blitzcrank against the Tom Kench, they had the Kassadin against Zoe, and they had the Pantheon for the early game power of Closer. And because Pantheon once again goes for a red to bottom route, the bot lane is already in such a terrible spot that they can't find any leads in the mid game. And I'm very curious to see what Golden Guardians thought about this draft themselves, because it is their comfort, but they forgot that FlyQuest has a say as well, and adding more of what FlyQuest is trying to do into their own plan should make them stronger for Game 3.
Mark, let's take the FlyQuest side of things, because as Crumb said, they crafted a pretty intelligent counter, it seems, to what Golden Guardians brought to the table. But even within that, you're looking at things like the Blitzcrank for Ignar. Signature pick of his, it makes perfect sense.
That's what I was about to say, is on some level, I totally agree that, yeah, Golden Guardians, maybe they should have known some of this stuff was coming, but what do you want to do? It's League of Legends. There's 140 champions. People have comfort picks that are not always right in the meta, and you can't play around that. Like Blitzcrank, you're not going to ban it, and there's so many other things that you want to be target banning. And same with the Kassadin. I don't think PoE played it at all this split. It had to go all the way back to summer of
This is the first
year.
cast game.
Yeah, so
right.
These are things that you need to be aware of, but you haven't really practiced against them. You can't waste resources, banning them out. And so that's why it's such an impressive game out of FlyQuest to have these in their back pocket on red side to just slam Golden Guardians and really knock them off kilter. Because when you get what feels like your bread and butter and you get destroyed, it is really hard to bounce back from that mentally.
Right, with the draft in the rear view mirror, rather, it felt like Golden Guardians was very much on a clock. I mean, really, anytime you see a Kassadin in the game and it implies win quick or Kassadin takes over. And Azael even made the comment that FlyQuest eking out a sub 30-minute game time in the face of, their own scaling against the earlier oriented Golden Guardians, again, I think speaks to kind of the momentum of this series changing a bit here.
And it absolutely is. And the fact that mid lane is so pivotal makes that 30-minute win possible, because PoE is smurfing right now. Golden Glue, sure, he got his pick, but think about what it took to get him the Zoe. They spent 2 bans on Syndra and LeBlanc, took his champion early, only to then not be able to come up with a lead in that lane with an early game jungler. All those resources put there, and PoE just, nothing even happened. So he's having a really good time in the mid lane, and for Golden Guardians, I know that the lanes haven't gotten quite what they want just yet, so they're going to have to probably just not do anything early, because I feel like in these 2 games, if I'm a coach looking at Golden Guardians, the early game has been lost multiple times. The invade, then the gank bottom. Ward, play safe. Can we hit ultimates and be even? Right? Can we hit a point where we all have everything and then we can decide our fight? That's where I think they're trying to go back to.
I think
Mark,
the other point that is helping FlyQuest run away with these games is their bot lane has been crushing Golden Guardians' bot lane. When they had the Callista, Golden Guardians was up underneath their turret the entire time. And a big part of that's Wild Turtle and Ignar working great together, having good counter picks, and I think outplaying just completely. So they have monstrous gold leads, 1,000 ahead, 18 CSD.
I was going to say, look at that 10-minute gold difference is the same gold difference we were showing Cloud9 as a team had yesterday at 10. So Turtle and Ignar getting done what the best team in our league does collectively in that game there, number 2. So with this in mind, with this kind of snowball effect already rolling, it seems a bit here for FlyQuest, let's talk about responses and answers for Golden Guardians. They got to put 3 wins together here in a row in order to complete the reverse sweep. Let's talk about getting 1 victory here in game number 3. They have side selection again. They've elected this time to go to red as opposed to blue like they did in the second game, which at least speaks to the idea that they're looking for a counter pick?
Either a counter pick. It also could mean that they they just don't have anything they feel desperate enough to first pick. Sometimes if you just don't have anything that you feel very strong against, you'd rather just take two very powerful picks right away as opposed to showing your comp from the very start. So this should speak more towards having more flexibility in the bottom lane and mid lane. And maybe if you want to put Hanser on a split pushing duty, you can do that. But I don't think they're going to go for that. This is
really
get Golden Glue or FBI duty. You think they're going to put Hanser?
I think that's what this is about, because he's been on Maokai duty. You just got slapped around. If I'm in Hanser's position, my thoughts are like, okay, give me the ball, coach. You know, I've won championships. I've solo won games on the Fiora, basically. I appreciated the team fight centric team comp we just played. Didn't work. We need to change a pace. Give me counter pick and let me try and take over the game a little bit more myself, because I want to see something different. This is 2 team fight comps in a row now that they've kind of run and lost against FlyQuest, even when FlyQuest themselves were playing 1v1.
Even if it is the Aatrox, right? It doesn't have to be this wildly outside the meta, you know, split push dominant pick, but just give him something with some agency maybe up there in the top lane. Again, in light of the fact that maybe the mid lane isn't getting as much done as you want, or the fact that Power of Evil is just playing out of his mind, and so you're going to have to find an advantage elsewhere on the map to then deal with what's coming out of it.
It'd be really interesting if they do that, because this is potentially their last game of the split. So you're telling me that the Golden Guardians team that has split push with Hanser maybe twice in the regular season says, last game of the day, last game potentially, put it all on Hanser right now. He's our guy. Okay, I mean, if that's what they want.
They're bot in their mid are getting clapped. You got to do something different.
Yeah, no, like it's true, but it doesn't speak to confidence that he has not been given this role that much during the regular season.
It's desperate times for sure.
I mean, it's also one of those things where it's, I mean, again, I look at the bot lane, I'm like, well, they played Varus Tom Kench, something that should have, you know, a decent amount of lane power, but isn't going to have all this playmaking. Do you really see Huhi as the playmaker that's going to get the team rolling? In all honesty, I think Closer is the linchpin to the success of the team in terms of playmaking. The question is, which lane does he choose to use his resources to support? And I think to Mark's point, they haven't gone top lane necessarily. We did have that one gank up to the top lane on the Maokai with the Lee Sin, but that didn't really net them a whole lot and felt like a little bit too little too late. But either way, we're moving into game 3 with the momentum squarely in FlyQuest's favor, and I think the last point I want to make here, Crumbs, is something that you hinted at. This is our first elimination series of the postseason. FlyQuest, they've already played one best of 5, and yes, they took the loss, but now they're sitting pretty when it really matters. And for Golden Guardians, it's either get it done here or you're out. So a lot of pressure beginning to mount on one of, you know, our more inexperienced squads in Golden Guardians.
I hope it sinks into them, because obviously we're playing in different circumstances, and it might not be obvious that this could be your last game. You know, if you're on the stage, you got the crowd, you've got all these things going on for us. So it's very important that they now fall back into those habits that remind them that the pressure is on and play accordingly.
Well, personally, I'd like this series to extend, get some of that closeness that we were hoping for from the beginning of the day, but it's up to the teams and the players themselves to get it done on the Rift. On the other side of this break, Freak and Azale will be picking it up to get y'all into Game 3, where the Golden Guardians are looking to extend the series against FlyQuest. We'll see you soon.
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning. Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hello everyone and welcome back for Game 3 of FlyQuest versus Golden Guardians. The LCS Spring playoffs are in swing, and hey, for Golden Guardians, their backs are against the wall. They have to win 3 straight games for a chance to move on.
It's going to be pretty tough based on how the games have looked thus far. FlyQuest has been dominant in the first 2 games. You know, it's not just that you're down 2, but you're like, we almost had it. They're going to need to change something up seriously, because I think, you know, the analysts have talked about it a fair bit. You know, Mark suggesting perhaps put the ball in Hauntzer's court, allow him to get counter pick, allow him to look for a split push or do something, because Golden Glue, as well as the bot lane, they have been significantly behind. It feels like they are getting outclassed in this series, and Golden Guardians is going to need to really mix something up if they want to have a chance to come back.
Yeah, it feels like the strength for Golden Guardians lies in roughly 2 spots. It's Closer, being an incredible jungler who is good at team fighting and ganking overall, and I think he's held up more or less throughout the series, and FBI in team fights. The laning phase is not so much Golden Guardian's strength, but giving him a backline team fighter like Aphelios, who by the way is banned every single game, and using that to find your late game damage and you know, in game 1, the team fighting was actually pretty okay. That kind of worked out. The problem was all the early game stuff. They kept losing the Drakes, they were losing the Smite fights, they lost Elder Dragon, they lost Baron. That all fell away, and now we're in game 3. Golden Guardians, by the way, got to choose the side because they lost game 2. They chose red. They wanted red side counterpick. You have to believe their champ select plans were in place. They leave up the Syndra first pick. They grab the Aatrox. They stay, and we're still going to play Varus. Problem.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? You know, you go red side, but then you're going to blind pick your top laner anyway after it kind of hasn't worked out a couple times in a row. Yes, Aatrox is a strong blind pick, but very clearly, you know, this kind of hasn't been working, giving over the counter options to FlyQuest. They will have the ability to counter pick mid lane here if they do so choose, but if Golden Guardians don't do that in the first round, then obviously FlyQuest, we expect them to ban out some of the preferential matchups against Syndra going forward. And it is going to be, again, Santorin playing that Pantheon, and Solo going to bring out his GP, which I always felt like was his best champion when he had been a mainstay in the LCS in previous years. He had been really, really strong on the GP, very consistent player. So I'm going to be interested to see, does Golden Guardians match jungle or mid here? It will be jungle.
Yeah, and it's going to be looking like matching jungle, the Olaf Hover, that is going to be locked in. So we have some desynced options here. We've got FlyQuest with an unanswered mid laner and Golden Guardians with an unanswered marksman for the bot lane. Now, we know Syndra can be flexible. One of the big things that I've seen a lot of analysts talk about with Syndra is you pick her early on, but you leave bot lane open so you can potentially flex if there's an early counter pick. And this is something that, well, you still have to eventually lock yourself into because Golden Guardians are on red side. They can still wait till 5th to do it, but they can at least wait till after the second ban phase to figure out what it is they want to do. Syndra, obviously a very, very good laner, very winning in pro play this year, and we'll see what comes out of it.
And I am expecting it to be mid lane, just kind of given the team, because we haven't really been seeing Turtle play these style of champions in quite some time. He's been pretty regularly just sticking to, you know, marksman and kind of going for that style. So some bot lane focused bans here come out from Golden Guardians. It is Nautilus as the takeaway. You know, perhaps thinking that, you know, FlyQuest, if they want to go for a lower mobility marksman, then they don't want to have that Nautilus paired alongside the Varus, which gives you a really strong all-in. Perhaps they're trying to push them towards, you know, kind of some of these more defensive options. Thresh also does signify that. Clearly, they're not worried about anything that Golden Glue can bring out. They want to take away some of the good aggressive pairings that Varus does have and push Golden Guardians to play a little bit more defensive, I think, on that bottom lane, which to me is telling me that FlyQuest wants to play towards the top side of the map. They want to play with this Pantheon and utilize that in the Syndra to take over, you know, around mid lane, to be able to move to the side lanes and not necessarily have to babysit that bottom lane by banning away the Thresh and Nautilus, forcing out something like this Braum. Yes, there are aggressive options there, but it's not the same sort of reliable engage that something, you know, like this Nautilus or Thresh could bring. If LeBlanc gets locked in,
okay,
though,
well, time. Exactly, that's FlyQuest hovering the LeBlanc. They're going to wait for it to tick down, and it is going to be the Syndra bot lane. They waited to see, okay, what is your bot lane matchup? It's Varus Braum. All right, we're going to go ahead and put Syndra and Pyke down there. FlyQuest suddenly say, no, actually, we can play really aggressively on the bot lane. After all, we saw your entire comp, and out of nowhere, suddenly it's Syndra Pyke when you weren't sure what any of it was going to be. It also means that Golden Guardians have very, very few aggressive engage tools. So in comes the Sylas to steal some kind of engage ultimate and maybe start things off. But Golden Guardians, they want to start a fight. Olaf runs at you, Varus lands an arrow, or Silas, steals a Pantheon.
It's pretty interesting. So this Syndra bot I think is pretty cool. It kind of goes along with what I was already talking about, protecting a low mobility marksman. This is the same idea. Obviously Syndra doesn't have a dash, can be very susceptible to all-ins from some of these hook style champions like Thresh and Nautilus, so you're going to defend using that. And they do have Ignar again on a playmaker. He has been really good on this throughout the year. One of his biggest, I think, strengths is his champion flexibility. There's a lot of initial upfront burst on this squad now when you have LeBlanc, when you have Syndra. These sorts of champions just need to get someone to 20% so that Pyke can dunk them and start that fight off on the right foot. If you can get that first reset, Pyke can completely take over a fight. And they do have a lot of ways to get that initial burst out, to get someone low, to set up Ignar for success in this fight.
Alrighty, well, we are on to the Rift for what could be the third and final game of this best of 5. FlyQuest had a rough fight of a first game win, but an absolute slaughter of game 2. Golden Guardians chose red. They've got a completely new looking team composition, including Golden Glue playing Silas here in the mid lane, as they are going to walk by a ward of this invade, and Ignar can very cleanly walk away from it.
All right, it is also Halo Blades on the Pyke here, which I've been seeing a lot more of recently. It kind of allows Pyke to have the ability when you hook someone in or when you stun them to get these kind of 3 quick autos out to have more upfront damage to be able to try to get someone into execute range and threaten that full all in. But Turtle, you're gonna have to flash.
They found that first stun. They need to land one more auto. They flash to make it happen. That should be first blood. Yes, it's taken. FBI grabs 400 gold.
That was pretty sloppy from Turtle. They knew they were there, and he just kind of wandered up. Anytime you have Braum in these level 1 invades, you've got to respect the Q. If Braum Q hits and that passive stun gets procced as it did, you are going to go down. And Turtle was unable to flash the Braum Q, unable to flash the Stylus stun, just really way too late on the summoner usage, and as a result, that's first blood not only given over to Golden Guardians, but given over to FBI.
Yeah, hugely important right here. We saw a level 1, level 2 dive to the bottom side when Santorin ganked in, and that just completely shook up that 2-on-2 down there. This time around, though, it's got to feel a lot more comfortable. Now, to be fair, FBI is also flashless, so summoner count is identical on this side of the map, and that first blood gold was not cashed in. So bot lane right now is identical.
Yeah, so here it is. He gets slowed up by the E, then tagged by the Braum Q, then tagged by Golden Glue's stun, and Golden Glue flashes in for that auto to proc that Braum stun, allowing the rest of the team to actually flash in and finish that up. Very nicely done. Huhi here now looking to set this up. They're pretty close to the tower, but remember, there is no flash available, and it will just slow the damage.
Yeah, just a little bit done right there. For now, Santorin is farming heavier. He's stolen the red buff, he's stole the chickens, and he's going to be stealing away the Krugs up there. Ignar going to be losing a lot of health, can't find the axe backwards, and this FlyQuest bot lane is in a pretty big world of hurt. They've got Ignar's flash and ignite, but Turtle's TP does nothing. This should turn into a double kill if they play it correctly. There's the exhaust Turtle, cannot walk away. The shield comes up for Huhi, easy first blood, but Closer will have to flash to leave turret range, stays alive. Ignar left alone in the lane. Turtle can TP back to the lane, and he can cash in on the wave. Thankfully for him, it's a cannon minion, so it tanks a bunch of turret shots, and he won't lose too much.
He didn't even lose the cannon. They actually were able to get the Targons just as the TP did complete, so nicely done there, but still, all credit deserved here by Golden Guardians. A really great start. Turtle makes the initial mistake, giving over first blood, being down that summoner, and then they realize, hey, we can actually just dive this. And despite the fact that Closer was spotted out, Ignar was not able to get to level 2 prior to that dive coming in. He was chunked very low, so he couldn't do a lot to support Turtle, and Turtle, without that flash, doesn't have another defensive summoner. They have no heal down there. They have no exhaust down there. So it's easy to get that damage down and take him out. And now, no flash, no TP. His base only netted him a fairy charm, right? Like he didn't have anything.
Ooh, bit of danger. Huhi thankfully has the shield still and tries to keep the wave away from the turret, kind of delay how quickly it's going to kill that down. But ultimately, at the end of the day, Closes, nah, you know what, I'm going to take the farm. This is all my gold. Grabs pretty much all of it, only loses a single caster minion, and we get the reset coming through. Berserker's Greaves done for FBI, only a Fairy Charm for Wild Turtle. So equal CS technically, but the kill, the assist, and the better recall timing means FBI is far stronger in the lane.
Yeah, it's pretty sad when you have the 125 gold Fairy Charm versus an 1100 gold Berserker Greaves, and that's your first buy. So pretty rough stuff there for Turtle, but we'll see if he can actually just kind of scale it out. Thankfully, he is on a champion that has a very good wave clear and can play, fairly defensively. He is going to go back and just grab a Mana Crystal and boots. Was able to push it in, so not going to be as bad of a spot as he previously was. And meanwhile, top lane, mid lane, both going great. Yes, there is quite a bit of farm for Haunter to pick up, so we'll have to kind of wait and see exactly how ahead Solo is. But 38 CS to 21 temporarily is a monstrous lead for GP. He gets the first base on his Sheen, which is really such a nice scenario as a GP. Anytime you are playing that is kind of what you're dreaming about. And also, PoE, is going to have some minions pick up and be a little bit ahead there too.
Attempts to find the stun, and Ignar can't find that one. Now a re-engage the bottom side, the shield is up, but it's gonna be enough damage. You have to believe Closer cannot survive it. Ignar just limps away as well. Huhi pushed off as well, and look at that. FlyQuest completely winning that mid lane fight, not a problem at all, 1 for 0.
Yeah, 4 men mid there for FlyQuest. We didn't see FBI make that roam, so they had the extra member show up and were able to get that kill. Ignar barely surviving, and now can look to actually threaten again here as Turtle even gets back to bot lane to pick up the wave. So he really didn't lose much of anything, maybe a minion or two on that initial push, but Turtle's going to be really happy about that roam. And these last couple of minutes here, despite a really poor start, is FlyQuest again battling back and showing their superior laning in the solo lanes.
Beautifully done right now. You're looking at another snapshot top side, though it is 46 to 39, but that is with Solo taking a recall and walking all the way back in. That said, Golden Guardian's comfortable enough down here. Golden Glue grabs the Pike ulti, but can't find a way in as PoE roots in. Still, it will be Cloud Drake picked up, and Golden Guardians grab first Drake for the first time of the series. That is something on the board for them. Claimed pretty conveniently, and they still sit at a 400 gold lead. If there is a game the Golden Guardians wins, this is starting out like one.
It really is. This is by far their best start that they have had, looking pretty good in these early minutes. Grabbing the dragon going to be nice. And we will see how Haunter does fare going forward here against Solo. Haunter with the early tabbies going fairly defensively. Makes a lot of sense when you are up against not only the GP, but also the Pantheon who can come in there. It's going to make things more difficult for them to be able to force taking him down. But at the same time, anytime you're stacking too much armor, there's the possibility of swapping things over, putting PoE in that side lane against Haunter, where maybe he can take advantage of that.
Alrighty, well, Chicken Clamp cleared out. Closer is a couple of camps ahead. He's also managed to gank a little bit more than his opponent has. But some of that is, of course, that easy first blood at level 1. Closer playing defensively on his side of the map. Clears with a control ward. No one here to defend against him. He's going to be fine just to get rid of that vision and keep the farm going. But there is a trinket ward that's going to spot him doing Krugs. So his location very well known by FlyQuest here. As the top laners trade blows back and forth, Solo knows that Olaf is somewhat nearby and may have to be respectful of that gank path.
Yeah, so basically what Solo wants to do is thin out the wave enough so that it doesn't just straight up crash on his turret without killing so many minions that it's going to push away from him. Because keeping the wave right about where it is now is pretty much as safe as you can be on GP. It means that Olaf really has no option except a full-on committed turret dive style gank. And you're not going to really be in much danger. So it kind of puts Haunter in this awkward situation.
Once again, looking around at the mid lane, as it is a farm lead for Power of Evil. Ignar lurking around as well. Location relatively known. Golden Lucas a sound effects to know that, someone is stealth nearby. It's okay, he's probably back on the bottom side. Who he gonna get pulled in? Is there much of a gank? A little bit. Puts up the shield, and now Golden Glue is right back there to look for something else to do. And no ulti to steal just yet. It's almost back from cooldown, but gets rid of a ward as FlyQuest trade it back and clears out this mid lane. Golden Glue and the rest of the squad has roamed up. They have pushed in the mid wave. They are once again going for first Herald. Across pretty much all the games so far, Golden Guardians have gotten every single first Herald. They have absolutely rushed this objective, and they've been good at controlling it. And they've gotten decent rewards out of it, but FlyQuest's answer is simply to keep Wild Turtle bot lane. He will get one turret plate for free. He will deny a minion wave down here as well, and probably get plate number 2. And if the Herald doesn't get more than 2 plates, this is a good choice. This is a good choice for FlyQuest.
Yeah, and that's what it's going to depend on, right? You know, how much can you get out of it? Sometimes you can get a kill into a Herald, and then you not only get a full turret, but potentially, you know, get a charge on a second turret, and then things can become really good. But FlyQuest has already gotten those 2 turrets on bot side. It's a lot of farm denied, and Santorin is looking to take away this blue buff in the meantime. But Golden Guardians are moving back towards this bottom side, and FlyQuest are going to have to be a little bit careful about this as Closer and Huhi working their way over here to support Golden Glue.
All right, almost the third plate taken bottom side. If no one defends this, it's basically one more wave to cash in on that third plate. We'll see Wild Turtle play it defensively, though. He won't do any more than that. So for now, it is just the 2 plates dropping, but that is turret pressure, right? That's health on a turret that's not ever coming back. That is gold that is still earned. And again, the question does come down to, does Golden Guardians get as much back for their Herald play? I think it's likely to be yes. It's likely to be pretty good, but we got to wait and see it happen.
Yep, have to see if they're going to be able to pull that off. Also, want to track Santorin and his first ultimate on this Pantheon. This is a champion that you really do want to kind of snowball on. You need to be able to be aggressive early on, make things happen. And that first ultimate, you know, is kind of key part of doing that. If you can get out to a side lane, if you can get, you know, GP further ahead, perhaps look for a 3-man play alongside Gangplank towards this Aatrox, that could mean some really good things happening here for FlyQuest. Is if Aatrox falls behind GP, it can get pretty rough, because you know GP is going to outscale, you know GP is going to have a lot of use. Even if you're just kind of parked in a side lane farming, you can continually throw your ultimate towards the 4-man squad and kind of have this like 4.5 v4 with the GP ultimate helping out on the other side of the map.
Well, here comes the pressure to the mid lane. They have not yet knocked down the first turret plate, so Shelly will charge in. They will earn some money here, but it'll still only be the first 2 plates crashing. They can't even get number 3 on that sliver of health. So far, Herald has gone equal to what FlyQuest's answer was, which was just leaving Syndra down to the bottom side. But they find the root, they find the stun, they find a ton of crowd control, and Wild Turtle unable to flash away from the Varus ulti. Teleport burned by Golden Glue, but doesn't find anything for it. However, it still means map control. Golden Guardians, they're going to find a stun to Ignar. They can find a lot here. You can't quite get the rest of the CC. We're waiting to, you know, X mark to spot something else, but it should still mean the Drake goes over. Golden Guardians retain their gold lead, and they should claim the second Drake as well.
And nicely done by Golden Guardians. Again, punishing Turtle, unable, as you say, to flash that ultimate. And without that 5th member, it meant, well, FlyQuest just decided we're not even going to try to actually contest this. Santorin immediately went, started farming the wolves. Solo just continued to push. They decided to give that up, and they will look to challenge for some of those later dragons. But, you know, Turtle has not been on point with the summoner usage early on in this game. A couple mistakes already, and, you know, the Herald was okay, as you say, gets 2 plates. The initial play here, you know, they are spotting them out. It's a good scout of the week that does land, but that is a max range Varus ultimate there that you would expect Turtle to normally be able to flash very comfortably. Not able to do so, though, in this case, and it does get knocked down pretty easily, which meant a free dragon for Golden Guardians.
Okay, once again, look at the game state. 400 gold difference, but up 2 Drakes. This feels like Golden Guardians leading, but based on the way I've been seeing these mid-games go, I'm not able to really convincingly say that it feels like they're ahead, because we've seen better choices out of FlyQuest. Even you look at their season overall, FlyQuest tended to have slightly weak early games, but would come back to it anyway with a better overall game record than Golden Guardians. So, you know, they are poised for comebacks in general. I know, talking to or hearing from some of their coaches before, one of the big win conditions was just don't tilt early, and, you know, you'll come back and win anyway. As long as FlyQuest aren't tilting off of this honestly small deficit, the gold is now equal again. As long as they're in clear spirits, they should be good here.
I don't think they would be tilted by this at all, honestly. Maybe Turtle a little bit would be frustrated with himself, but this is a situation where things are still going well elsewhere on the map. You know, if all lanes are losing and all lanes are falling apart, then maybe you're gonna fall prey to a little bit of that tilt. But you can see 700-800 gold ahead is Power of Evil over Golden Glue. Top lane is looking great. I mean, Solo got his Triforce at like 1230, which is very fast. You know, he had really good farm up on that GP, and once you have that Triforce, you're pretty much unassailable at the turret, because you can one-shot the caster minions, and it becomes very, very easy to just wave clear out your tower forever and never be pressured really by that Aatrox again.
FBI is now poised to just sit in the mid lane against Wild Turtle. Neither one has defensive options against each other, aside from the movement speed. It's pretty lethal matchup if it does come to blows, but it's just wave clear back and forth. The threat of a jungler showing up means no one's going to push up too far. The Golden Guardians are somewhat controlling this bottom river right now. Herald is spawning in a minute, but they would rather play for this bottom turret itself, and, well, PoE pretty comfortably still clearing the minions away. Ignar will be slow, but can always jump over wall if needed, and so that means Golden Guardians won't actually push too much in for it.
Yeah, Ignar very cognizant of the fact that Golden Guardians could have actually been camping out in that Tri-Brush, and he was really hesitant to approach it and did end up spotting that they were in there with the sweeper and the pink ward and was able to kind of back it up pretty safely. We can see, though, TP right back down the bot lane, rather, for Power of Evil, and immediately when they see that TP, Closer heads straight back down. So Closer hoping that Power of Evil will get aggressive here on a Golden Glue, but if he doesn't, there's not really a lot of opportunities. Pretty much he has to use his ult, right? Like if you use that and Distort, then you Olaf can go in, but barring that, I think it's pretty much not going to happen for them.
Yeah, hard to chase down the LeBlanc when all you can do is run on your two legs and she can just hop over walls and stuff. So, yeah, not really worth the effort. Power of Evil still feeling very comfortable against Golden Glue. Actually burns the flash, but Pantheon is here anyway, and Golden Glue has been melted down. FlyQuest easily take another kill on the side lane.
Really nice setup there from PoE. It's the two chains coming out of the LeBlanc. He hit him with the chains, and then ult chains again to follow it up to lock him down despite the flash for so long that Santorin could get in. Golden Guardians, though, good punch back here. Should be able to get this mid lane
really good
turret.
stun as well.
Oh, they can't even get it.
No, see, FBI, because he E'd the Syndra, so he pulled turret aggro right as she stunned him, so he took 3 turret shots and said, you know what, I'm not willing to risk taking a 4th, we have to fall back, and that is his eyes getting a little bit too big for the game state. FBI did not need to harass and pull the aggro. He thought he could get away with it. Yeah. That was not correct.
Could be one of those things where you're looking for the optimization. A lot of times with lethal tempo, you like to throw out one spell to poke and proc lethal tempo, and then utilize that extra attack speed to knock down a turret even faster.
Right.
So I think that's what he was looking for, but it was just really good timing on the scatter by Turtle, and it kind of just worked out in FlyQuest's favor to barely keep that tower alive.
Well, you expect it to drop before too long. Golden Guardians down 1,300 gold. FlyQuest continue to use Power of Evil so menacingly well. Back in Game 1, he more than doubled the worldwide average for damage per minute on a Syndra, on a LeBlanc, and went really well in the Castle in Game 2 as well, poised to do more carrying here in the 3rd game on LeBlanc yet again. Golden Glue gonna once again go for the Pike ulti. They're once again going to go for Drake number 3. Is Santorin willing to flash for a smite steal? This is going to be the Drake dropping very, very low. PoE over the wall. And would you believe it? Wild Turtle claims the objective. Ignar cannot find the assassination, but Golden Glue gets at 5 health. And double kill comes in for LeBlanc yet again. PoE already up to 2 kills. FBI running for his life. He's going to be chained up. He's rooted in place. And Santorin is chasing, but not fast enough to get that kill. Regardless, FlyQuest 2 for 0 plus the Drake.
All right, you want to talk about a team being tilted. How tilting is that? You're up 2 dragons, and Power of Evil might even get FBI, forces out the heal. It will back off, but Ignar is there. He can get him.
He's dead. He's dead. The flash follow. 350 gold in his pockets. Ignar feeling comfortable here as mid lane's being attacked, and no one is here to defend it.
Oh man, I feel so bad for Golden Guardians. Everything just went wrong for them there. Turtle stealing away that dragon, but it's not with the Jinx rocket. It's with Syndra. It's with the Syndra Q. Combo coming over the wall, stealing that away. Neither jungler even used Smite, so the Smite was not even able to come down here from Closer. Let's watch it one more time. Power of Evil goes in, they spike it down, and it's just, yeah, it just gets comboed by Turtle over the wall. And then Power of Evil sees the opportunity, flashes in, knocks 2 down. The long chase continues. Closer does get out, but FBI, as we do know, eventually got chased down and killed. But, I mean, this is huge because FlyQuest was already winning in the solo lanes. The big advantage that Golden Guardians had was really stacking these dragons. And that was supposed to be their 3rd Drake. They had the proper setup. They had the jungler in the pit. And if you have 3 dragons, you're 1 off Ocean Soul, you're feeling like, hey, we can still win this. Some things are going bad, but Ocean Soul can turn it around for us. And losing that, not even just to a Smite steal, but to a Syndra combo, that is backbreaking. And honestly, I think it's going to be pretty hard to come back from as you're falling behind further and further in the gold lead and no longer close to that soul point.
Well, we are close to one thing though, and it's the end of the Golden Guardians Spring Split. They snuck into playoffs just barely as 6th seed, tiebreaker day about a week ago, and they made it work. It was a great surge. They were in 9th. They made it up, and hey, well done to them. They actually celebrated. Hey, we made it to playoffs. They celebrated being the middle team in the split. At the end of the day, it looks like they're not going any farther than that one. This game's going to be so hard to win as the last 5 minutes have been all FlyQuest all the time. Another engage looking. Pantheon coming over the top. Right above FBI. Easy kill picked up. And he burns a stopwatch. He's got reinforcements. Flashes back to the team. Doesn't matter. Turtle gets the kill anyway. Going to be forced to run. No more escape tools left on him. Finds a stun. Finds a heal. Shut down again. PoE. Killing spree.
Get out of there. FlyQuest is just smacking Golden Guardians down, coming from multiple angles. LeBlanc coming from one side, the bot lane charging him from the other, and Santorin with the Pantheon ultimate right over the top. They just erase them off of the map, and FlyQuest are looking so damn strong in this series. Full control despite how bad that early game started. Turtle died at level 1 for first blood on the Varus, gets dove at level 2. You would think that the game would be so in Golden Guardians' favor off of that, but FlyQuest has just battled their way back out of this position. And this one, again, it feels like a lot of it is about Power of Evil and Santorin. Coming from 3 different angles, they all collapse at the same time. FBI is just gone immediately, and then Golden Glue and Closer do come in trying to support, but the Syndra ultimate was already cast. He gets knocked down, and then Golden Glue knows he has no way out, so he tries to turn around, but it's a clean 3-0 for FlyQuest, and they are monstrously ahead now, 7,000 plus the gold lead.
Looking like a pretty swift 3-0 then here. FlyQuest, as you mentioned, massively ahead. We got a Drake up in a minute, which doesn't mean too much, but they could stack it if they wanted to. Baron is alive. That might well be a target. It's 3-1 in turret score overall, and they're going to keep that map control. You can see mid's already been cleared. They're already attacking top lane with Power of Evil. You should feel very comfortable against Golden Glue. Poor Silas had to go for Merc Treads, only has 1 offensive item, and I don't think Power of Evil cares at all what he tries to throw at him. He's up so much in gold that he's up a full completed item himself. Jumps onto a ward, he's nearby, but I mean, he's LeBlanc, right? Just jumps right back out. Very, very safe.
Yeah, there's not even the opportunity. That was pretty risky, but there's not even the opportunity to actually life drain tank them or have this fight where you kind of just survive barely with all the self healing that Aatrox and Silas can pull off, even Olaf sometimes in those cases, because there's multiple healing debuffs already purchased, right? Executioners was grabbed early by Solo for the lane, Morello's already done by Power of Evil, so it's getting really scary, and for FBI, when you're this far behind, you need to be a big source of damage, so you want to complete the Rage Blade, but there's also 2 full damage mages who have double spell pen on both of them. So if you don't build any MR, you could easily get one shot by the Syndra, one shot by the LeBlanc, and at the same time, now there's a lethality stacking Pantheon who could also one combo you. It just feels like you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't, because if you go defensive, you can't cover all these options anyway, and if you go offensive, you're probably just going to get one hit.
Yep, and that sucks, but at least you have Braum in the way to maybe block the Syndra stuff. LeBlanc's going to reach you if she wants, honestly. She can bypass that, no problem, but at least you get a little bit there. I do want to give credit to Power People, by the way. In this game, he rushed Merlinamicon. He's against several self-healing champions. Actually, I should say basically everyone except Braum has significant self-healing either in their kit or in their item build. I'm glad to see the Grievous Wounds being rushed there, considering that in Game 1, he had actually rushed Void Staff when he didn't have to face that, so I really like seeing that. Good job there. And now we get to see FlyQuest continue their pressure. Top lane is under assault. You've got Ignar's Pike running through the jungle, make sure there's no wards. Santorin's done the same in the top half of this, and PoE is shoved in the top wave. He's ready to go for some turret damage. 3v1, Golden Glue's here to defend.
Proto Belt there does help a lot with the wave clear, so he will be able to clear out most of the wave and probably stay safe, but we have Solo, who should be completing his Essence Reaver soon. Yeah, he actually has that buy right now, so he's on 40% CDR. That GP is really well and truly online and can kind of just sit here in the side lane, continue farming against Haunter, and every time his 4-man squad looks for a play, he has this 40 CDR ultimate to be able to throw in there and help things out. It's going to make it so difficult because FBI, you expect the ultimate to get dropped on his head, he's slowed down, and then you have the Pantheon ult coming over top, Pike looking for you. LeBlanc diving in. There's so many ways for them to get back to the backline and take down FBI, who is going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting. But perhaps if they over-focus on him, that could open the door for Hanser, who has farmed well and does have 2.5 items to his name. So maybe something possible there. But FBI did decide he couldn't actually skip going in offensive items, so he has picked up the Hex Shrinker, which will delay that Rage Blade quite a bit.
I hope he can do some damage, but it is, well, time is kind of ticking down, it feels like. Not an obvious timer. I think 7.5 minutes to Ocean Soul is potentially something you might see in this game, but realistically, it's the fact that I think FlyQuest is going to start turning aggressive again fairly soon and not just wait to stack all the Drakes. And so Golden Guardians, a little bit nervous, a little bit back to their side of the map. You can see, like, look at just the icons. You can see where Golden Glue has to clear the minion wave way back on his side, right in front of tier 2. You can see where the Aatrox is sent. Hanser back by his Gromp camp right now. The Golden Guardians recalls, they actually feel a little unsafe right by their own Raptor camp. FlyQuest have just complete immunity to run wherever they want.
Yeah.
No issues whatsoever. And it's so constricting. I mean, look at that Fog of War. They've got nothing. And we've got an almost dead Olaf, who gets the ulti, barely gets the shield, nearly gets sniped. That was a close one. Can't for the knock on a Wild Turtle. Solo on a battle with Hanser. Not sure Hanser's going to win that one. Golden Glue TP's in, goes to chase down the gangplank. So 3v4 on one side, 2v1 on the other. A flash gets him away, finds a barrel chain for a slow, and Solo ults down to get away. They spent a lot of cooldowns, all 5 ultis on Golden Guardians, and they got nothing to show for it.
Not able to get anything there, and so much of this has been about the vision control. There are 3 sweepers right now on FlyQuest, plus the Umbral Glaive there, to be able to actually sweep out with a lethality item on Pike rather. Also, so it's just getting so difficult because all of these champions on FlyQuest want to play from Fog, look for picks, and I think their setup has been so smart as who you're gonna have to flash out there too. When you have Pike, Syndra, LeBlanc, all of these champions, you don't need the wards as much as you need the vision denial, and they are focusing heavily on it.
Whew. Massive knockback. Golden Glue is in, finds 1 kill. Stopwatch might mean he has a second heal pretty soon. If he can get that in time, has to flash away. No root onto Closer, he'll stay alive. So something on the board at least. And Hanser feels comfortable against Solo. The Q knock, does he have flash for the third? He gets the stab in the back. 2 kills in for Golden Guardians. Maybe, just maybe, there's signs of life. Ignar's to flash away. And for now, it's 5v3 on the map with Baron on the field. You have to go for something big. This has to be a Baron rush for Golden Guardians.
Nicely done. That's 2 big shutdowns for them. To be able to actually get all that bonus gold is going to help move them a little bit closer. And it looks like maybe the decision is, hey, let's just try to actually get this dragon. Because they're not moving up towards the Baron. The dragon does spawn in 25. Solo will be up right as it's spawning, though, and does have TP. So Turtle already alive. He's moving out on the map. And it's not even guaranteed as Golden Guardians that you're going to get this for free. So they do get the 2 picks. And now maybe going to look for Pike.
Ignar has no flash, but he has enough movement speed to get away unless Golden Glue can chase it down. Vaguely aware of the situation, can't find that, but at least it does send the opposing support away. So maybe that was enough. Maybe it just barely gives Golden Guardians the breathing room to at least stack the 3rd Drake. And you think about that Drake that was stolen a while ago, right? The one that was stolen by the Syndra combo. If that wasn't stolen by Turtle, this was Ocean Soul claimed by Golden Guardians. That would have been the point that maybe turned the game around. Instead, it's still a 6,000 gold deficit. And yeah, in 5 minutes, they can look at Ocean Soul, but it feels like FlyQuest is still the more powerful team.
They are, I think, for now, but at least this is a way in, right? Because FlyQuest actually didn't decide to contest that. They did have TP, but they didn't have enough vision, so I think they weren't really willing to just walk straight in and have a fight. I talked about some of these champions, how they want to play for Fog, they want to look for picks, and running straight into a Dragon Pit isn't obviously the way to get those types of setups, but this gives Golden Guardians an opportunity, right? This gives you a way to actually get back into this game. So those 2 picks have meant a lot. And despite the fact that they could have already had Soul had it not been for that earlier steal, they are still only 4 minutes away from a potential Ocean Soul, which can invalidate so much of that gold lead.
Alrighty, here we go. Back on the map, resets are in. Rage Blade is done, so the sidestep that FBI took to grab Hex Shrinker has been kind of compensated for, and he's on the 2 all-important Varus items. The on-hit build is online, and if he gets the time to hit frontline, he really will do a ton of damage. It really will be painful, but it's double flat pen plus Death Cap for Wild Turtle. He's got a lot of threat here as well. And Golden Guardians have to hope their front line is tanky enough to withstand this. They can't get rid of all the wards. They can't really claim control over the Baron Pit. and it means FlyQuest gets to walk right back in.
And the other thing is, there's not really any frontliner that's just going to stand there and let you auto them to actually stack the Rage Blade and get the most out of lethal tempo. Because actually, look over at the team. I mean, Santorin maybe, but GP is not just going to be standing there meleeing you. There's no tank, you know, and Santorin really is your best hope because the rest of them are going to be dodging in and out. So I'm not sure how easy it's going to be for FBI to actually stack up that Rage Blade and really kind of get the most out of it in any sort of normal fight.
They're certainly going to try. Red buff's going to go over. That's going to feel pretty comfortable. And it will be on for what may be at least a Baron standoff. He won't keep that buff during the Drake spawn. That's going to be too far away for that, but it will be a nice bit of comfort for now. And if Golden Guardians really does think their scaling is better, if they really like late game Sylas more than they like late game LeBlanc, or they like Varus more than they like Syndra super down the line, you know, maybe it can look good and they're happy to play it slower and happy to look at another team fight in 2.5 minutes. They also might not realize they're down a full 7,000 gold. I don't think the game necessarily feels like that, as Ignar jumps over the wall and then goes quickly and gets rid of the ward.
I do think it just depends largely on how the game plays out, right? I think if you just kind of run the two comps at each other 5v5, Golden Guardians has the better team comp as far as that goes, but very clearly FlyQuest are not going to try to play that style. They're going to push out side lanes, they're going to deny vision, they're going to look for picks, and they're going to try to do this constantly. And that is where their team comp really excels. So it's kind of who can impose their will on the opposing team, right? Can Golden Guardians force FlyQuest to come to them and take these 5v5s? Or can FlyQuest manage to play scrappy enough and constantly force Golden Guardians to be responding to these waves and getting picked off in rotation?
Well, right now, the rotation to the top side worked really well for FlyQuest. They took 2 auto attacks, they knocked down that turret, they added some more gold to the coffers, and they kept the gold lead at 7k. But keep in mind, 100 seconds from Ocean Soul. To me, I will still take the 7,000 gold lead if comps are identical, but Ocean Soul certainly is a huge power spike, and it does close the gap a lot here, and Golden Guardians can feel more comfortable. They're able to fight over the top jungle at least a little bit. They're going to knock down a lot of these wards. Feel a bit more comfortable, at least as far as their ability to roam around the map. But there are still some aggressive wards from FlyQuest inside that Baron Pit. Those Golden Guardians have not cleared away, so they've really only reclaimed their jungle. They haven't reclaimed even neutral territory.
It's really, really difficult to do so, right? When there's these strong members on the opposing side, as Hansert will face check here. He's 7 levels up on Ignar. That is a pretty monumental advantage as far as experience does go. And it's going to be this fight around the ocean, right? And that is why FlyQuest are now here. They know they have to fight here in a minute, so they're trying to get vision now to deny that potential prevention of their setup. They've got to be able to poke over walls. They've got to be able to soften up Golden Guardians before the fight does break out, or it's going to look bad for them. And Hansert gets pulled in.
But he finds some damage to the Ignar and actually forces the flash away from the FlyQuest support. 30 seconds till the Ocean Drake spawns. Golden Glue has a chance to go for resets. Ult comes in. Turtle should have to burn flash here, but how much time can he buy before it comes in? Half health on Huhi, half health on Closer. PoE right back over the wall. He's on a board, not sure he knows, might have seen it. Regardless, though, they are poised to fight for this Drake. Ocean Region actually better on the FlyQuest side. PoE in the back. Oh! FBI Ignar shuts him down. 1 for 0. Centaur to the front lines. And the stun comes over the top. Double kill for Ignar. And this might be all they needed. Golden Glue cannot find the stun. He cannot find the way out. A stopwatch is burned. He is running for dear life. There's the 3rd kill picked up for Wild Turtle. Kill number 4 goes to Power of Evil. And Hansert just has to run away. The hopes and dreams shattering in front of him. The Golden Guardian season all but over.
What a flank from Power of Evil. What a series from Power of Evil. He just jumps over the wall, knocks FBI to almost no health, and it looked like FBI got hooked by Ignar, I do believe, right at the same time. So he gets comboed by LeBlanc, hooked in, and ulted out. FBI died from full almost instantly there through that Moss shield. He is just gone, and what looked like a pretty good start to the fight from Golden Guardians. I mean, if they could actually get that front-to-back team fight, they would have been in an okay spot, but FlyQuest finds the angle despite being down the flash from Turtle to start it off and are able to wipe Golden Guardians off the map. Now having that Baron buff again, it's starting to feel very much like that last game. They are on Soul Point. They have side lane advantage with that Baron buff and continue to look to extend this gold lead.
There you go, 66.6 thousand gold. FlyQuest devilishly close here to closing out this series. you have to believe it's got to be over on this one. I don't think they have to wait for Ocean Soul. I don't think they have to wait for anything else. I think they are so far ahead. A simple push will do it. Gonna, play the waves correctly. PoE goes for some chunks on Golden Glue. The problem is, though, that this LeBlanc is out of mana. He's probably gonna have to take the recall. They're gonna have to buy that extra 1 minute at a time before he can actually really fight for this one. Ignar can spot people, but can't go for a fight.
And he's able to buy a full Void Staff on that recall, or maybe even, did he have the Void Staff already and just get a Death Cap? But either way, I mean, PoE is full build now. His 18 stacks on the Magi's, plus the Death Cap. Turtle really, really big here also. And also look at Gangplank kind of quietly scaling up on 4 items, really, really expensive ones too in the build. So FlyQuest is fully online as far as the item builds do go. They are looking really, really good. They have the GA on Ignar for this coming fight, so they could even look to dive deep into that backline and trade him out for a potential kill. But Power of Evil basically already has this inhibitor dead, and the Baron power play just feels like it's starting.
It's just beginning. Still a minute and a half left on that one. Bottom inhibitor is gone. Mid and top inhibitor turrets are attackable, but a hard engage towards Turtle. Flashless Syndra is one of the few targets they have. There's not a lot of good ones, but that was one of them. It buys a little bit of time, buys a little bit of gold. However, FlyQuest still feel pretty poised to keep pushing. It's 4v5, sure, but they're up 14,000 gold and a Baron buff to get top lane inhibitor turret now as well. And curious if they will stay for the next minute or if they will eventually take the reset. For now, mid is under attack. The engage tools for Golden Glue. He finds the stun. They find the chance to go in, but they won't get any more. It's easy to disengage. Ignar goes over the wall.
Power of Evil just does so much damage with all this AP to those towers. It feels like each auto is about 20% of a tower's health. So he is just blasting through these, able to just sort of the wall, get an auto down here or there. Haunts are looking for an angle, but not quite able to find it. And they know with FBI not having ultimate, there's not really any threat of a hard engage coming out from Golden Guardians. So as long as these champions maintain, some dash, if Ignar holds onto his jump, if Power of Evil holds onto the ultimate to dash away, there's not really any way for them to get punished.
And FlyQuest managed to knock down 2 more turrets in a pure 4v5 where Turtle died before their very eyes. 15 seconds left for the Baron buff. The Syndra running across the map. Ignar going to try his best. He does not have flash, and he does not have much of a health bar left. Half HP left on him as more poke comes down for the FlyQuest side. They got Syndra up towards the top. She's going to go for the scuttle, looks like, and they will reconvene shortly. The Baron buff has ended. The power play massive, though, all things considered. A 1,500 gold lead. Sorry, 15,000 gold lead. Nearly insurmountable here.
Yeah, I mean, there's 1 minute on Soul, so the game at least didn't end just yet. Golden Guardians, it's time to pray. I mean, your base is wide open, so yes, you can get backdoor, but you have to hard commit to the Soul. You have to basically go there, rush it, hope you don't get backdoored, hope you somehow don't lose the team fight, and you also win this fight on the Dragon. And then maybe you can hold on at your Nexus for the next while until you can kind of close the gap, but it is looking like an extremely long shot because I don't really see how they can get out of their base without getting picked off. Ignar and the rest of the squad are just denying so much of vision, still on this triple sweeper setup with the Umbo Glaive added in there. Also, they have double GA now as Santorin has completed his. So the next team fight, it's almost like a 7v5. You can just throw these guys in there. And look at Ignar going for the backdoor action here. No one's even answering him. Golden Guardians are a little bit paralyzed. They want to try to go and engage on the other side, but I don't even know if they can get in range to do so. So they're just going to give up the inhib straight up and look to try to make a fight happen here in mid lane.
I think it's the best option. Give up the inhib. Try to fight a 5v4. They have to go forward. This Drake spawns in 3 seconds. Golden Guardians don't have a choice but to go for broke here. And even then, it is probably going to break them. Drake has been started. Either team kills it. That is going to be Ocean Soul. It's going to be massive regen. FlyQuest can always wait to push down mid as well. They're going to go for the play first. So Ignar is already in range. Over the top comes Pantheon. Here comes the engage. Solo flash to the side. Golden Glue finds him. Looks for the kill. Can't get it just yet. PoE exhausted, but he has burned down Hui. 1 for 0 so far. The chase down. It's another 1 for 1 so far. Guardian Angel now forced out of the top lane. Golden Guardians will hope to find something else, but Golden Glue running low on HP finds some damage, but his health bar is so dangerously low. FBI and Closer now forced to run away. There's only 3 left alive, but there's still 4 for FlyQuest. In goes Santorin, picks up 1, looks for number 2, finds it. That's going to be nearly the ace. Only Hanser is left, and the base is absolutely going to drop. FlyQuest going to take the 3-0 win and advance to the next round of playoffs. Golden Guardian season has ended. We will see them in the summer, but FlyQuest cement themselves as the better team. The 3-0 victory in the postseason. Pad the stats one more time. Hanser drops down for the Bud Light ace, and the Nexus falls for a 3-0 victory to FlyQuest.
Such a good series here from FlyQuest, and no doubt left about who the stronger team was today. And I have got to say, what a monster series of games from Power of Evil and Santorin. These guys were so good today. Power of Evil in particular. The two LeBlanc games were absurd. The Cassidy game got to the point where he's just dominating, and it felt like had Golden Guardians held on, he could have dominated even harder. And Santorin was just everywhere. The Pantheon games were great. It really was a team effort, but damn, that mid-jungle duo was so on point for FlyQuest today.
And Golden Guardians, to be fair to them, did make them work for it in games 1 and 3. Yeah, game 2 they rolled over a bit, but game 1 was back and forth for over half an hour. Game 3 had a pretty good gold lead, 1,500 gold plus 2 Drakes, but the mid game always went FlyQuest's way. Always the better squad when push came to shove, when it came down to coordination, to split pushing, and to team fight mid laner prowess. So FlyQuest, a well-deserved 3-0. We'll see them this weekend in the next round of playoffs. That's it here for us, though. Let's toss it down to the State Farm analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. Welcome to the State Farm analyst desk. Gentlemen, they made it a quick one. FlyQuest 3-0, just tidying up the series there in Game 3. Let's talk about it because, again, this went quite contrary to expectation, whereas the previous two best-of-5 series, all of my analysts correctly called what the series was.
Well, that's my bad, first of all.
First of all, you're not invited back tomorrow, Crumbs.
That's fine. If I had to sum up the series in 2 words, mid-diff. PoE just absolutely smurfed this game, and Golden Glue just could not find his footing in this series. From that stemmed the jungle disadvantages, which if the jungle was unable to impact the side lanes, we got to see just how powerful FlyQuest's solo lanes are. Bot lane stronger than Golden Guardians, same thing with the top lane, and once that was the kind of base level for what the series was going to be, and Golden Glue could not win with the Silas, we knew what the game was going to be like.
Mark, this game, though, it did start off on the right foot for Golden Guardians. That first blood comes through, then we've got that dive into the bot lane with, it looks like they're getting the gold onto the right people. Turtle, next thing you know, is 0-3 on the Syndra, and yet it still fell apart even in their best early game.
I mean, that was crazy, because when I was watching that, I was thinking, like, wow, this draft from FlyQuest looks like the kind of draft you'd expect out of a team that's down 0-2. It's such a aggressive, we need to make stuff happen draft. Like, everyone's basically a playmaker aside from the GP, and even then, that's a pretty scaling, high damage champion. So, like, I was like, oh my god, they're losing this game. This looks really scary. And then just they turn it around. The gold lead, they did a great job stemming the bleeding. As bad as those deaths were, and as great as the plays to get them by Golden Guardians were, they didn't transition that into CS leads in any lane really. And so the gold lead didn't go much beyond those kills into the 1.2 thousand that you can see down there. And then once the map started opening up, great roams by Ignar and Turtle to the mid lane to start breaking him out. And then once they opened up the map, moved around, you could see how much better their macro was.
Crumbs, talk to me about that Syndra pick. It went to the bot lane, and yes, it started off with 3 pretty quick deaths, but you still saw value in the pick itself.
So Syndra right now, obviously, she's always been a very powerful mid laner, but ever since last year, where G2 started playing in the bottom lane and people realized she could be a flexed, Syndra got a lot stronger because you can first pick her and still not give away what your composition is going to be like. And that's something that FlyQuest did today. Some other teams haven't shown that because it requires your marksman to be not only practice with it, but you have a good synergy with your bot laner playing with it. The fact that FlyQuest showed that today speaks positively for their next matchup, because now they go into another series, they can first pick the Syndra, and they will always have an element of surprise to their compositions that will strike fear in the draft moving forward, because PoE is so darn good at it.
A very nice look for them moving forward in the draft. But we heard Azael and Freak at the end of their call there before they tossed it over to us, saying that so much of this game was about the mid and the jungle as a duo. Santorin, Power of Evil. We'll get Power of Evil in just a moment. I want to talk about Santorin and the way that he played here today.
Absolutely popped off. We're talking about Closer as maybe being the best player on Golden Guardians, an all-pro player, and Santorin, handled him the entire series. You know, Closer still had his place. He still found his engages, but Santorin was there every step of the way. Huge objective secures, kind of steals actually against Closer in the first game to keep FlyQuest in it when that was the closest match of the series, and then always felt like he was in the right place at the right time, executing on a game plan. He also had a great series, even against EG that they lost. So Santorin's postseason so far has been incredible.
I love that he adds those little ganks of red to the other side of the map. So we've already seen it in, I think, the last 3 weeks, where he just starts red and immediately finds one person to ruin their lane, and maybe that'll get you a little bit of tilt. And if it does, you've got a good chance to win the game.
Well, we talked about one half of the duo, Santorin. Now let's go hear from the other. Power of Evil is standing by with the Tigris for a word after that series.
Thank you so much, Dash. I am so happy to be standing on by with Power of Evil, topping the regular split charts in DPS, cranking out some major numbers here today. Tell us, why were you so comfortable on these picks, including our first time seeing Kassadin here in the LCS mid?
Well, so we practiced LeBlanc and Kassadin for a while already in the regular split, but it never looked like that strong for us, like in scrims and on stage. We never really got the chance to play it. I think today against UGS, the LeBlanc pick seemed really strong in general, so I just blind picked it 2 times, and I feel like both times it worked out great. And from seeing in the LPL, the Kassadin is really strong against Zoe and Silas, so we decided to pick that up as well.
Now, several have ended up talking about the fact that if you play through the jungle and mid position on FlyQuest, there's so much strength that can come here. And even in game number 3, it seemed as if we were waiting for that 17-minute moment when you got the double kill to really start setting off. While other players did come more online later on in the game, how do you handle the pressure of being such a specific and very imperative win condition for your team?
Well, I think Igna is really strong at, like, I guess, enabling me and giving me confidence. He was strongly calling for the Kassadin pick actually in the second game when I was suggesting like multiple champions. And as you can see, our team plays really good around mid lane, and like they like to give resources to my lane. And I would say I'm pretty vocal overall on side lane. So I think it just really feels good with our playstyle.
So it sounds like you, Ignar, many members are being vocal. How does that communication and dynamic change, considering you have been flipping through different top laners recently?
So we switched our top laners for a while now, I think for like 2-3 weeks, and we're still obviously like in the process of figuring out like who is the best for each series. And I think both top laners bring a lot to the team. Today we decided for just playing with Solo, and he showed up all 3 games. So I think it worked out good for us. And I think it's really good that we have the option to change players, like I would say, and having different top laners with different styles. So that's like a big strength. And it was a big strength in like other regions, other teams as well before. And I hopefully we can keep doing that.
Interesting. So if you had to choose between TSM or 100 Thieves as your next opponent, which do you feel more confident in your strengths as a team going against?
Honestly, I think we can beat them both. I'm not afraid of either of them. I felt like our series against EG was really close, and we had it in certain moments. Not to give anything away to EG, but I think EG is stronger than both of these teams, so we should be able to come out on top if we are on point at that day.
All right, well, congratulations to you and the rest of the team, not just for today's performance, but what we are seeing of you all growing from series to series, empowered by the Ocean Drakes that keep FlyQuest going. They flood themselves into the next round of playoffs. So for more on this series, let's head over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, the Tigress. Power of Evil showing a little bit of confidence and maybe some positivity when looking forward towards the future best of fives that await them as they continue to cruise through this playoff picture. They did take a tough loss to Evil Geniuses, but again, we'll cite that they were dealing with the top lane substitutions, and while opponent may have been slightly weaker today, I feel like their performance today inspires a little bit more confidence in me for them moving forward in the playoffs.
Yeah, I thought they looked so much better than their series versus EG, which was still close too. And I thought Solo was great. He handled Hanser for the most part. There wasn't that much attention up to the top lane, so it was pretty much isolated, and he stacked up great. So I want to see them against whoever the winner is, obviously, but I hope they make it to the EG rematch, because with Solo starting from the very beginning of the series, I think it would look totally different.
There is something to be said about a team like FlyQuest that can make that run, because they would be playing so many games now, right?
Yeah.
They have another best of 5 to go for.
They've already played 7. They've already played 7.
So they could play another one and then go for another best of 5. So they could have up to 10 more games to play. So they have a very good way of crash coursing with Solo and actually just showing up as a really powerful contender here.
Yeah, FlyQuest and 100 Thieves would be the two teams that have the longest road to the finals by virtue of playing in the upper bracket and being knocked down here to the lower bracket. But, you know, I want to talk more about some individuals within this series, or one in particular, and it's the one we just heard from. Picking up player of the series is Power of Evil this time around. While there are many impressive performances, and we called out Santorin prior, it was this man in the mid lane putting up some disgusting damage per minute numbers, which only serve to pad his stats of already being the highest damage output per minute in the league.
And doing it with a different look. That's LeBlanc damage numbers in game 1. 1400. That's not his Azir, which we know is nasty, and his Ori and all the control mages. That's LeBlanc popping off that hard.
And the KDAs. I mean, the KDAs are crazy. And so, yeah, you can have the LeBlanc damage just popping off, but then game 2, that's the Kassadin game. Look at that CS. The Kassadin is now hard farming, so he's playing the champions how you want them to be played out. This guy has become.
I mean, even all of those stats, right? Even the KP kill participation there, nothing below 80% across the 3 games. It kind of shows that if it's not involving him, it's probably not happening for FlyQuest, at least in this series. So masterful display of mid lane mechanics here from Power of Evil on our 3rd day of the postseason. But I do want to take a look at the bracket as we close out the day, get a holistic picture of the postseason and where all the teams stand currently. Again, up in the top bracket, we have that 1 seed against the 2 seed Cloud9 Evil Geniuses. That won't happen until Saturday of this coming weekend, which means tomorrow's matchup is our other losers bracket matchup. 100 Thieves, who got knocked down here by our 17-1 Cloud9, up against TSM, who it's been a while since we have seen play, and this is one of the teams that I think has the most question marks around coming into playoffs, because they have shown the highest highs and the lowest lows in some cases of our 6 remaining
They have
teams.
shown that, but they have something in common that all the top 3 teams have so far, which is that they play around mid lane. Bjergsen and Dardoch can be a win condition for TSM. Same thing with Santorin PoE, Jizuke Sven, and Niski Blabber. So I have high hopes for this team against 100 Thieves, because their 2v2 mid is on paper stronger than the Ryoma Medios that we've seen for the regular season.
And I'm really excited about it just because we finally get some of the answers that we've been waiting basically all season for TSM. Like, are they good? Are they not good? No matter when you think, just when you think one is the truth, the other one shows its head. So there's no more chances of that. They either have to be good and win this series, or they lose and they're out of the playoffs and their sprint is over. So I'm really excited to see finally which TSM is going to show up when it really matters.
Mark said it. It's a do or die series tomorrow for both of our teams. While Golden Guardians is the first team to exit the postseason, either 100 Thieves or TSM will follow suit tomorrow as one more moves on to hopefully challenge out of the losers bracket and make it back up to the finals. One other quick bit of news today. Riot's tackle shooter Valorant is entering closed beta. You can get access by linking your Riot account to your Twitch account and watching Valorant streams on April 7th. That's today. In case you were wondering what day April 7th is, that's today. It's happening right now, currently. So as soon as we sign off here, head on over to the Valorant category, hop into your favorite streamer's stream who has drops enables, and hopefully you can get it all set up there. For more information, though, on how it all works, so you can look at it holistically, make sure you head over to playvalorant.com. There you can get all the information to help you set this up for it to go right. I don't know about you, gentlemen. I was hoping for 5 games today because I wanted a competitive series, but FlyQuest got us out early. I feel like now I got time for like 3 extra Valorant games before I
got beta keys. They just want to spread the love, get everybody in there, play some games.
Have you guys gotten any games in on
No,
Valorant
I
yet?
needed to restart my computer. I didn't realize I was going to, so I downloaded it last night, hoping to get some in during rehearsal, and I didn't get a chance to. But I'm restarting my computer as soon as they don't need my feed anymore.
as soon as this shuts down, Mark's restarting. Crumbs, what about you? You were an Overwatch player yourself, but now new FPS. You gonna dive in?
I mean, I'm gonna dive in. I've got a key. I gotta restart my computer as well. Get that anti-cheat Vanguard in there. But I'm kind of ashamed of this. I'm console shooter player, so I'm
console shooter
hoping
player?
I can install a console in here and play Valorant that way.
All right, get him off the air. Cut his feed. Cut it. No. That's where I started too, my friend. It'll be an adjustment, but I would say it is far worth your while to get in there. Maybe we can get some 5 stacks going tonight after the broadcast ends. Either way, gents, thank you so much for being here with me throughout the day. Another exciting series here in the postseason. One more to hit your streams tomorrow, same time, 12:45 for the countdown, 1 p.m. for the start of that best of 5. Is going to do it for us here. For myself, the casters, the entire live broadcast crew, I want to thank you guys for watching with us here today, and have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.